circulate a notice informing folks that we can't seem to get the live working, but we will have the recording afterwards. That we're being recorded right now, by the way. And I will just have to cut the video and upload it manually. But with that, folks, it is 9 a.m. Co-chairs Alioto, Pierre, and Barnes. Our first interview candidate is here. I will shut up and let you take it from here.
Great. Thanks so much, Bo Back. Welcome, everybody, to the first interviews in the DCCC 2024 election cycle. Just very quickly, just to run through some details, I am your co-chair, along with Carrie Barnes. Member Cedric Akbar will be our timekeeper today. It will run 1 minute of each interview for the Board of Supervisors will be 10 minutes in length. The first minute will be an opening statement, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and time permitting, another last minute to wrap up. If the Q&A goes longer, then that will unfortunately go to the sideline. We'll be taking questions in order that they are received in the chat from members of the DCCC. So please write the word stack if you'd like to ask a question, and we'll just call the first name. So first come, first serve. And make sure that you wait if you want to, for example, ask a question in D3, make sure that you wait and you see that it says D3 questions and then start stacking under that so that there's not a confusion. The final thing is that because all of the time will come out of the candidate, make sure that your questions are limited to 45 seconds so that we can use most of our time for the candidate's responses. And so with that, let us start with District 1. I'd like to welcome our supervisor, Supervisor Connie Chan. Hi there, Supervisor. If you'd like to start with a 1 minute opening statement and get this going. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chair Alioto Pierre. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Connie Chan. I'm currently District 1 Supervisor representing the Richmond. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be with you and answer the questions that you may have. I am a first-generation immigrant. I've been a legislative aide and aide to city departments for the last almost 2 decades now. I started off as a legislative aide to Supervisor Sophie Maxwell, and then also aide to then our district attorney, Kamala Harris. I have worked in different city departments. My last position before I run for election or run for supervisor was aide to then Assembly Member Kevin Mullen. I am so honored to be able to run for re-election again and in this time. It's important to see that the work that I have done and then to see that my commitment to continue that work to protect tenants, support small business, and continue that movement with our labor partners. And this time around, I have the unanimous support from our San Francisco Labor Council, and I hope to earn your support again.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. So let's start with with just a general. You've been in office for the last 4 years. You've clearly done a lot for the city and county of San Francisco. If you could give us an idea of what some of your what accomplishments you're most proud of, and what you see, what you would like to have accomplished in the next 4 years were you to be reelected.
Thank you. I know that we really tackle as a city, even a city that really is a very, very wealthy city, we tackle with issue of homelessness. And I really firmly believe that one of the best way to solve homelessness is to prevent it from happening at first place. It's a reason why I have always prioritized tenants' protections and tenants' rights. And one of the legislation that I have both co-sponsor and then also in the second version led as a lead author is really the tenants union. Tenants at union at home. What it is to support tenants of any building with 5 units and more. And this is really geared toward corporate landlords and making sure that these tenants had the opportunity to form a union, to do collective bargaining for their rent increase, for a safe living environment, and to make sure that they have rights as tenants to continue to move forward as a union. And that the second version that I have added to actually pass unanimously at the board was also to make sure that we have monolingual support, support to monolingual tenants, to make sure that there's a time for interpretation and translation. Of course, I also have legislation to support small business, including a neighborhood anchoring business, to make sure that we also support not just the legacy business that have been around for 3 decades and more, but also those that have been around 15 years and more. Because we know that pandemic was very difficult for a lot of business, small business that have been around for quite some time, and we really want to make sure that they continue to stay and thrive. Last but not least, I just want to highlight the last one as the board's budget chair. Time and time again, we see that it's been a very difficult budget time for us, with tax revenue down and budget deficits continuing to widen. And it was my job, and it's continued to be my job, at least for the rest of the year, to really make sure that we continue to fund essential services for the city's most vulnerable. And those are the work that I really want to continue to be doing if and when reelected. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Supervisor. Vice Chair Barnes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Connie Chan, Supervisor Chan, for being here. And we kind of skipped over our introductions. So really quick, I love you, Michaela. I'm just going to share with the group. I'm Vice Chair Carrie Barnes, and I'm honored to serve as co-chair of the Endorsement Committee with member Eliotto Pure. I look forward to interviewing supervisor candidates today who are seeking the endorsement of the San Francisco Democratic Party. With that, I'd love to ask you a question, which is, although overall crime, it's a little specific to the district level, although overall crime has decreased citywide, incidents of burglary and motor vehicle theft in District 1 are relatively unchanged compared to the same time last year. If elected, what would you do in your second term to address this?
I think that there's the reality that while the safety data is saying that, in all over San Francisco, it's down. I know for certain, especially among the Asian American elders, that the feeling of being safe, it's not there. It is important to not just seeing the data saying that we're safe. It is also very important to feel safe, that we can get out there and do our daily life and without fear on our streets. I would say that at the end of the day, given the fact that we have such a budget deficit, I want to quote my mentor and former boss and our former DA, Kamala Harris, that it is not about being tough on crime or soft on crime. It is really about being smart on crime, and what is it that we can do strategically, and making sure that our resources and our funding go to the most important and that most effective, I should say, for our police department and for our law enforcement, because our police department it's one of the very key partner, but it's not the only partners in the entire cycle of criminal justice system, and to make sure that we're safe. So how can we make sure we fund the entire system in a way that really makes sure that in every way, be it contact to the victims at the time that incidents happen, or that when it's time to make sure that people are being held accountable, but also for a sustainable and long-term solution to make sure that we truly deliver safety, and for the people that actually have paid their dues to the society and being held accountable, that there are ways that to help them to actually return to our communities and be really productive and be part of the community. And I think we need to fund all those things to make sure and support and provide resources for the entire system to make sure that we are safe for the long term. And so I will continue my work that in the last 3-4 years now to make sure that we continue to fund our public safety system comprehensively and as a whole. And I want to continue to do that. As I think that at the end of the day is that also to make sure that every single public safety partners have the technology, the resources, and the tools that really get them there. And I think that is, be it for our police officers, our sheriff's department, or our firefighters and our nurses, they're all very critical part of the entire public safety system. So that's really has been my work, and I will continue to do that.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. So if you were elected, if you were reelected, what are the one or two things that you would really like to champion that you have not yet championed for the next 4 years?
Thank you. I've been thinking about that a lot because it's also thinking about now we are about to go on legislative recess and just wrap up our budget. And I've been very immersed in budget, and I'm thinking about policies work and what is it that we could do immediately when we return to office. Is that I know that we have been investing a lot of monies, both in public dollars, and you see that developments all around town, especially the $300 million for affordable housing bond that I supported in March, and it was approved by voters. And again, I am a supporter, strong supporter of the regional bond, upcoming regional bond in this November, to make sure that we have those fundings to support and build affordable housing. But I know that what happened is after affordable housing is built, any type of units is built, it's very challenging to get them as a lottery system. And I hope, even when I return, that I will be able to work on a system that actually deliver housing in a timely fashion, especially when they're actually available to our residents.
Okay, wonderful. Vice Chair Barnes, quick question, or shall I move to allow the supervisor to have her final?
I think we have to move on to, thank you. I think we have to move to final conclusion given the time. Yep.
All right, Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Alito-Pierre, and then thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. I really, again, very grateful for this opportunity. I know that it's really a critical time for the city. We are in crisis if we don't manage this moment in a way that with the mind of the interest and the best interest of all San Franciscans, because the budget deficit is continuing to loom and it's ballooned bigger and bigger. I really hope that I will have the opportunity to continue my work as not just maybe not as a budget chair, but really at least as a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I am the only Chinese Americans and the Asian American member on the Board of Supervisors. I also want to continue to represent our community as a member of the Board of Supervisors. I really hope to have your support. But most importantly, I also look forward to the support from you as I believe that we align to believe in the labor movement. I have the unanimous support and endorsements and early endorsements for the San Francisco Labor Council is because we believe all the problems that we see, be it public education, public health, and poverty, it really is a moment for the labor movement to take place in San Francisco and continue to have that stronghold so that we can recover for not just some San Franciscans, but all San Franciscans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Thank you for being here with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm sorry, this is Malia Cohen. Good morning, everyone. Will there be an opportunity for us to ask candidates questions?
Mom, touch the
Yes. What you need to do is you need to write the word stack in the chat, and then we will be able to call people when we see them listed.
Okay, apologies. I'm old school. I just wrote.
No. Sorry about that. I didn't see your hand, but we're trying to do it first come, first serve. And if everybody raises their hands, then we won't be able to tell.
Does that mean I can go, Michaela?
Well, we are unfortunately we are at time and we need to move to the next.
I want to make sure that I answer Controller Cohen's question, and that if it's not this time, I'm happy to also answer your question anytime, Controller Cohen, and it's good to see you, and you have my cell phone, and happy to answer those questions.
And it is nice to have you here, Controller. Why don't you quickly ask your question, and we'll give you one more minute to wrap this one up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My question is longer than 1 minute. I want to respect the time. I'll just follow up with the supervisor.
Okay, lovely. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, committee, and thank you, Controller Cohen. I will talk to you soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, Executive Director. Now we are preparing for Jen Nazikoff.
He is being promoted up now.
Hi, can you see me and hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can. Hello,
Hi.
Ms. Nasikoff. Welcome to the interviews for the DCCC. We'd like to start. My name is Michaela Alioto-Pierre. I'm your co-chair today, along with Vice Chair Carrie Barnes. Member Cedric Akbar will be keeping the time. And so with that, welcome. And we'd like to start you off with a 1-minute opening.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Jen Nosikoff. I'm running for District 1 Supervisor because I believe passionately in the power of community and the urgent need that we have for visionary leadership here in the district. My background is in medicine. I'm a board certified physician assistant. If elected, I will be the only member of the Board of Supervisors with a medical background, which is going to be really valuable for our city as we navigate public health crises like overdose issues and mental health. I'm a public school parent here in the Richmond district, proud to be at SFUSD. I'm also proud to be a 2024 Moms Demand Action Gun Sense candidate and the only supervisorial candidate in San Francisco to be formally endorsed by Everytown for Gun Safety. My campaign focuses on 3 main pillars: community safety, transportation, and health equity. Now, health equity being all of the things outside of medicine that contribute to health outcomes. I'm dedicated to making our streets safer, reducing car dependency, and enhancing public transportation. Another goal of mine is to transform our neighborhood vacant storefronts into activated community spaces and advocate for responsible urban growth. Working collaboratively with government agencies, the private sector, and our residents is how we will actively and adequately address the challenges and opportunities in our district. Working together is how we get things done. So thank you for considering my candidacy, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much for being with us today. It would be really wonderful to hear you elaborate a little bit more on what you look like the needs of District 1 are, what you think the priorities are in the district, and how you would go about effectuating change to make those things happen.
Yeah, that's a great question, because I do think the needs of District 1 are more specific than sort of the needs of the city at large. And talking to different people are going to answer this question differently. And so I don't think there isn't one key thing that's going to magically affect the district. You talk to Asian seniors that they don't feel personally safe. You talk to business owners and property owners that are concerned about break-ins, and then you talk to parents. I talk to a lot of parents that are really concerned about traffic violence in the city and not doing enough to keep our kids safe physically in the street. And so those are some of the sort of the biggest issues that I've identified. And I apologize, was the second part of your question
how you think you'd be able to, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, how would you go about making these changes? Like, what would the priorities be, and how would you do it?
A lot of it is building relationships and working together. I think a lot of the reason that things don't get done in the city is because people aren't great. They're not always great at working together. I have seen it done really, really well, and that's encouraging and inspiring. And I like to find and lift up and celebrate that. So it's a collaboration. So we need to make sure that our government is working with the private sector and individual citizens we have to approach all of our challenges sort of with everybody having opportunities and responsibilities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Barnes.
Sure. Welcome, Jen. I am asking D1 candidates the same district level specific question about public safety. Just building on what you said. So although overall crime has decreased citywide, incidents of burglary and motor theft in District 1 are relatively unchanged this first quarter compared to the same time last year. So if elected, what will you do to address this? What policies would you promote? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I want to just acknowledge everybody deserves to feel safe in the city. And I think that we have where we do have our break-ins, our car break-ins, our house break-ins, we need to be strategic with how we are policing, looking for patterns. I know I've talked to some small business owners on Clement Street, and they're like, these things always happen at 2 a.m. Can we just have police that are driving around at 2 a.m? And finding, being smart with our efforts, especially when we are in a budget deficit, especially when we are short on police staffing. We need to make sure that our police are being used most efficiently and most effectively. And when I like to use the term community safety also when we talk about safety, because more to safety than policing. We don't have a path to victory for a safe community that does not go through the police, but there are more things that we can and need to be focusing on to help make our neighbors, make the feeling of safety, regardless of what the numbers say. And things that do that are, cleaner streets are safer streets, greener streets are safer streets, activated streets are safer streets. So doing things that get encouraging engagement, encouraging community building, encouraging people to take responsibility, as well as investing in our public works department for graffiti abatement and trash pickup, it's sort of the holistic approach to safety. So I'll stop there and make sure that I have space for follow-up questions.
Okay, wonderful. I'd like to allow Hazib Amran to ask a question
Thank you,
on
Chair.
behalf of the controller. Yes.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you, and good morning to you. San Francisco has undertaken ambitious transportation projects, and when it comes to the Central Subway, to the Van Ness bus line, and then even there's this debate about the Great Highway in your district. Can you lay out your vision of the future of transportation in San Francisco, especially when it comes to fighting climate change?
Absolutely. Great question. We have to think holistically about how we're moving people to and through the district, especially as the West Side is very poised for growth and increasing density. One of my top 3 issues, so I have community safety and transportation, is huge. And reducing car dependency is fundamental to that. And I like to tell people, I'm not going to take away your car, but I'm going to try to get your neighbor on the bus. We need to encourage and incentivize public transit. I am in full support of bringing public transit train all the way out through the Richmond on Geary, the 19th, down 19th. The Great Highway, I am in full support of the measure to convert that to a park. And also with the consideration of increasing bus routes, increasing things that we have to make it easier for people to go north-south, especially our neighbors in the outer Richmond and the outer Sunset.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members? Jen, would you mind talking a little bit about education and your feelings on education? There was a ballot measure that dealt with algebra in the classroom for 8th graders. How did you come down on that? And do you have any other feelings related to?
I have a lot of feelings about education. I was a public school kid. I got my undergrad was state school out in Colorado. My kids are in public education here. Health equity. So now we've gone through community safety, we've gone through transportation and health equity. Part of health equity is access to quality education. Every kid should have access to quality education in the city, and we need to making sure that starts early and that it goes all the way through post-secondary. For algebra specifically, I think somebody had asked if I thought it made sense for algebra to be taught at 8th grade. I think if a kindergartner is ready to take algebra, that option should be available to them. I don't think we should be doing anything that delays access to education and advanced opportunities for our kids that are reading at above a certain grade level, doing math above a certain grade level. We should be encouraging that. We should not have any barriers to that. When I personally got to take advantage when I was a high school student of free college education, if there wasn't a class available at the high school, and I believe SFUSD has something similar, but continuing to build on that and giving, just investing in our public schools is such a it's run so deep for our overall health of our city.
Thank you. Member Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question around baby Prop C and the implementation of universal childcare. Would you be supportive of fully implementing universal childcare and making sure to protect that in the future as a supervisor?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. So Jen, you have about a minute to wrap up.
Wonderful. Well, I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity and just for your unwavering advocacy and dedication to the values of the Democratic Party. Your work championing causes like affordable housing, healthcare access, social justice is absolutely commendable and inspires all of us who are committed to making positive change. Regardless of who you choose to endorse in this race, I look forward to working together to make sure that we put a Democrat in the White House this November. We are all here because we share a common goal to make our city, our country, and our world a better place. I deeply respect and appreciate the collective efforts we are making towards this vision. And I thank you for considering my candidacy.
Thank you so much, Jen. It was nice to have you here with us this morning. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, I am promoting up our third D1 candidate, Marjan Philhauer. Hold on, I just saw her name. The panelist. Done.
Hi.
Morning.
Good morning, Marjan. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. So welcome today. I will be your co-chair along with Vice Chair Carrie Barnes. Member Cedric Akbar will be taking the time. And as you know, you'll have a 1-minute opening followed by 8 minutes of Q&A and concluding with a 1-minute recap. So if you would like to start, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Marjan Philhauer. I'm running for District 1 Supervisor. For those of you who don't know about my background, I live in the Richmond. I was born here and spent some of my childhood here and grew up on the peninsula. My parents immigrated here to San Francisco in 1968. My mom came from the Philippines and my dad came from Iran, and they came here for opportunity. San Francisco represented the opportunity, the hope, and just something for their future that they were looking for themselves and their future families. And so they really raised me and my siblings to understand and to value our community, to contribute to our community. And now I'm lucky enough to be raising my 3 kids here in the Richmond. So I'm running for supervisor because I think that we need to get back to basics with our government and provide the services and support to all San Francisco residents so that they can continue to thrive here. That includes clean, safe neighborhoods. It includes access to housing that is affordable and also supporting our small businesses so that our local economy can thrive.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So the first question that we're asking all of the candidates is, if elected, what are your main goals for the next 4 years? What would you like to accomplish? What do you think would be the most important steps forward for District 1?
Thank you. So my number one priority in this campaign is public safety. I think we've talked about it on the DCCC, but also just in our neighborhoods. You know, I've been knocking on doors since the fall, and I co-founded our local small business association. So I'm regularly in contact with merchants, and public safety is definitely top of mind for folks here in my neighborhood. You know, we're seeing the severity of crime against, you know, small businesses and residents increase. And I know all of you must have read about, you know, in last December, we had a truck drive into our local CVS to steal an ATM. And it's more than just the crime of doing that. It's also what it does to access for medications, right? For seniors and working families. So here in our neighborhood, I actually saw the site, right? And I also saw the line of seniors and residents trying to get their medications and being turned away because this truck had driven into our local pharmacy. That means that as supervisor, we need to ensure that given the severe police officer shortage, which I know has been talked about ad nauseum in campaigns, but also just in the news, that we're giving police officers the tools they need to do their jobs, and also that our department has the technologies that they need to execute on public safety. So for example, automated license plate readers that weren't implemented at the time could have been, right? And what automated license plate readers do is it, you know, reads a license plate, it can track potential perpetrators of crime across the counties. And at the time, San Francisco was the only county that didn't have automated license plate readers. We're frequently asked, well, what if it doesn't have a license plate? What if it's a stolen car? But automated license plate readers can also read the make and model. So we had that happen in December. Just less than a month later, we had a truck drive into our local bank here in the outer Richmond, a few blocks away from my house, also to steal the ATM. And then about 2.5 weeks ago, I was walking to our office on Geary in the morning, and just a few hours before, 2 vehicles had crashed into our a local merchant on 17th and Geary. So I did bump into him, and he was just at a loss. He was not insured because this was the 3rd time something like this had happened at his business. And he was having trouble kind of navigating who to call. But one of the things we found, and this is where it comes down to the relevance of local government, one of the things we found while I was talking to him, I kind of looked beyond him, and the crime occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning. And at 4 o'clock, he'd already gotten a notice from the city that he could be in violation of some sort of structural law, right? And he had X number of days, right? After, the front of his building was crashed into, $50,000 in cash was stolen, $50,000 in goods were stolen, right? So he was sitting there saying, I don't know how much longer I could stay in San Francisco. I have, a store in 2 other cities, just local little markets. And I don't know if we can really, afford to keep living in a city where public safety isn't a priority. Another issue here in our neighborhood is, the police station districts are much larger than the supervisorial districts, right? Because they're not political, understandably. So what we're seeing is, while we have calls, and I 100% agree that we need more community policing, we need more footbeats, we need officers along our merchant corridors, forming those bonds and relationships with residents and merchants. But what's happening is, because we are so short-staffed, because at any given moment, a typical shift in the Richmond district has 6 officers and 3 cars. When you have a station that receives between 125 and 200 calls a day, to triage that and not have the technology and the resources, what you end up happening is you end up taking away from the community so that they're not having those relationships with police officers. And they're feeling like the neighborhood isn't safe because those officers are dealing with more violent crimes, or the other 125 and 200 calls that are coming into the station. So when we talk about community policing and we talk about a presence in merchant corridors, we need to understand that even with police ambassadors that I think have been a huge contribution to the neighborhood, what we're really going to need is to bump up recruitment so that we are able to hire more police officers, given that 300 more are set to retire at the end of this year. And we're at about 1,580, 1,600 officers when we should be at 2,200. So that's one piece on the public safety. Another piece, which I referenced earlier, I co-founded our local small business association. My sister and I ran our family business for several years in my neighborhood. And one of the things, in addition to, shoplifting and other types of crime, we did experience many challenges with the city, including around permitting. So at our shop, we ran pottery classes for kids and adults, and just even getting a sink installed was very difficult, right? And we put everything we had into that business so that we could provide a place for, kids to do after school classes and for kind of recreational events for the neighborhood. And, our city should be supporting small businesses and not kind of creating more hurdles, right? We had a merchant on Balboa who was trying to open, he had Chino's Taqueria, with a burrito place, and then he was trying to open a sit-down Mexican restaurant a few blocks down. Well, because that shop used to be a dry cleaners, right? Of course, they have to kind of transition the use of the place, but it took 4 years of this neighbor continuing to pay rent, unable to get through, and a lot of lag time in trying to open this place. And now, as many of you know, and those of you who live in the Richmond know, it's one of the most popular places on the block, but it shouldn't take 4 years and negotiation with the city or one's landlord just to kind of keep the space. And so lastly, my third priority would be really it's around the relevance of government. I hold regular office hours in my neighborhood for anyone to attend. I think it's really important for the supervisor to have a district office. And when I say office, it doesn't have to be like a 4,000 square foot space. It could be a desk at the library. It could be a room in a community room. It could even be a section of a cafe, but where residents know that instead of going all the way down to City Hall and bringing all their stuff, going through security, trying to find the supervisor's office, only to find out everyone's in a meeting, that they could go into, a place in the neighborhood and get their questions addressed in a timely manner. And so I think that kind of accessibility and relevancy would be really important for a supervisor to embrace. When I go to house parties and talk to neighbors, they can't name 3 things that their government has done for them today. And I think while it's really important that San Francisco, as a strongly democratic city, fight for democratic values and ensure that we're electing Democrats to all the top of the ticket offices, we need to make that relevant to people who live here in our neighborhoods and to ensure that they know, hey, that's my supervisor. That's where I can go for help. They can help me navigate the bureaucracy of this city. And they can help ensure that this is a place where I can continue to raise my kids, where I can retire, and where, we can call home for the rest of our lives.
Thank you, Marjan. I appreciate that answer. We're gonna conclude with another question from our vice chair. If you could please, answer it within a minute,
Okay.
and then your time will be up.
I will do that.
I'm actually going to cede my question. There are a lot of interested panelists to
Okay,
the
great. So
I'll
why don't
cede
we
my-
call on member Mahood?
Hi, Marjan. Thank you for speaking today. I just wanted to ask, so you've been a small business owner, I believe, in the past. Wanted to learn more about what you hope to do for small businesses in the Richmond.
So during the pandemic, I think there's a lot that we can do for small businesses in the Richmond. During the pandemic, through our local business association, we helped partner with other local business associations so that we could provide and communicate and help businesses apply for grants. We also raised funds from different sources in the neighborhood so that, at least here in my neighborhood on Balboa Street, several businesses there was a spike in break-ins and they needed to invest money in fixing their windows and fixing their doors. And during the pandemic, that was very difficult because the clientele had, there weren't people in restaurants, right? And there weren't people going to businesses. So I think that having someone on the board of supervisors who understands what businesses are facing every day and helping them navigate the bureaucracy, streamlining that bureaucracy ultimately, and ensuring that, they're living in neighborhoods where people can afford to live so that foot traffic, right, can keep their customer base going. So, basically it's streamlining the bureaucracy in the city. It's ensuring that they have resources to keep their businesses going and also enacting policies that keep people living here in the neighborhood so that they can stay in business.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Marjan. It was nice to have you here today.
Thanks.
With that, we will conclude this interview.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right, we have a little bit of a break right now. We will, because of our buffer and because we had a candidate pull out that we couldn't schedule. So we will now be on recess until 10 o'clock when we will start our D3 discussions.
I'm going to go ahead and mute, and I'm going to try to figure out this Facebook thing. Everybody who is a panelist, stick around as a panelist, and reach out to me if you need anything.
Go back, you're echoing me. And you're muted.
I repeated your message, but I sent it to everybody, including all attendees.
Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah.
Cedric, were you able to get Facebook going?
I am the one.
Sorry, Bobak. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm the one trying to figure that out, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what changed between when I dry ran this last week and what's happened now. But our page is not showing up in the list of pages to choose, so I'm currently frantically Googling about it.
Okay. I'm always trying to figure out all that stuff. All right, I'll see you back at 10.
Bobak, I was looking at the bottom of my screen, and when I'm a host, normally it has the three dots where you could connect to YouTube right from this screen. I don't see it at the bottom of this one, but
Yeah, I see it. I don't want to troubleshoot this too much live. We are recording, and I will have a recording to upload to the website and share with people just after the fact. But I'm just the choices are there. It's just that when it prompts me to then pick the page to stream to, The only page it gives me is my old Democratic Club, and we're not
Oh,
going.
okay. All right.
So yeah, I will continue to poke around here.
Okay.
Members of the committee, your next candidate has arrived and has also heeded our instructions to arrive early. I know you have a schedule to keep, but Mo is here and ready when you are. Mo technically don't start till 10, but I'm going to add you up now just so you can hang around.
Y'all have a long day, so I'm perfectly happy to start now.
I will leave that to the co-chairs to determine, but I figured I'd get you up and running. I'm going to go back to figuring out Facebook problems.
Hi, Bobak. We're not going to start until 10. So if you could excuse Mr. Jamil until that time.
See you later.
Thank you.
We'll see you when we see you, Mo.
Okay.
I believe your District 3 block starts now.
Welcome. I'm Vice Chair Carrie Barnes. I'm co-chair of the Endorsement Committee with Michaela Alioto-Peer. We are pleased to welcome you, Mo, as our first candidate to be interviewed for District 3. And just super quick, an overview of what to expect. There'll be 1 minute opening statement by you, 8 minutes for questions, and then 1 minute wrap up. Member Cedric Akbar is helping us keep time. So with that, Mo, can you please take the floor?
Thank you, Co-Chair Barnes, Co-Chair Alioto-Peer, and all the members of the committee for being here today. My name is Mo Jamil. I'm a 22-year resident of San Francisco, a 10-year resident of District 3. I live with my wife, Annie, my 2 children, Oliver and Kate. I'm a proud member of the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, where I've been a deputy city attorney for the last 10 years under Dennis Herrera and David Chu. I've worked with board members and the mayor in drafting complex tax legislation, as well as fighting for our public fisc to make sure we're not cheated out of taxes. But I come to this world by way of the community. I've been a neighborhood organizer in District 3. I know every neighborhood in this district inside and out, and I've been fighting for the residents and small businesses of this district. My policy platform is best aligned with the voters of this district. I believe strongly in rebuilding our public safety apparatus, our police department, firefighters, 911 operators, and I believe in sensible development in my backyard, or SHIMBYs. And look forward
Thank
to
you.
your questions.
Oh, okay, wonderful. I'm going to ask the first question by Michaela, and then we're going to open up to audience. It is a little open-ended, so I trust you to tailor it appropriately. Our districts are comprised of neighborhoods and communities, as you just mentioned, so I wanted to build on that. How have you worked to build community in your district?
I was the president of the Middle Polk Neighborhood Association on Polk Street, and one of the things I did there for several years is I brought together 10 neighborhood groups and founded the Van Ness Corridor Neighborhood Council. We sat down, we worked with developers, we worked with the city, we worked with several city departments, and we built consensus to get things done. There are several housing projects that were unanimously approved at the Planning Commission because I brought people together and built consensus. So that's one way I've built community. I also held District 3 together. Myself and several other neighbors fought to keep our neighborhoods together through redistricting. Because of that, District 3 closely resembles what it looked like before and after redistricting. I've also partnered with every neighborhood, including Chinatown, to look at legislation, any kind of changes. I always have my ear to the ground and partner with communities to make sure that the residents are getting their voice heard in the process. I've also, last thing I'd say is I've partnered with both Central Station and Northern Station as a neighborhood leader and brought them in both on Polk Street and in Russian Hill by holding safety forums and having a strong and close relationship with the police department.
Thank you. Wonderful. Member Alioto, do you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. Thanks for being here today, Mo. Nice to see you. I'm just curious, are there any projects that you are particularly proud of that you have worked on for your district? And in addition to that, if elected to the Board of Supervisors, do you have any priorities or anything that is specific to the district that you'd like to see accomplished?
One of the projects that I'm most proud of is there's a 60-unit housing development on Polk and Pacific, and it will house the new jug shop. That's a 3-generation legacy-owned business, which was going to be displaced. And through my efforts and efforts of others in the neighborhood, we were able to bring in support for a development that has 20% affordable housing, also some market rate housing, and a new jug shop. It was a win-win, and I'm proud of that. And it kept that family business in the neighborhood. My priorities are, number one, public safety. I've called for wholesale change on the police commission. That means I'm not going to be appointing as a board member anybody on the police commission that's not going to have the back of our police officers, the rank and file. And also, I want to invest in recovery. because what we're doing with respect to the drug crisis is not working. There was an article in the Chronicle today about millions of dollars going to essentially enable people to continue doing drugs. And where's the corresponding investment in recovery? So I look forward to partnering with Matt Dorsey and the recovery community in particular. So I would say safety priority and returning to sensible development and building consensus.
Wonderful. Thank you. We are going to welcome Hasib to ask the first question from panelists.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and good morning to you, Mr. Jamil. I wanted to focus my question on public education in San Francisco.
Yes.
Specifically, what the city needs to do in partnership with the San Francisco Unified School District to close the achievement gap, improve math and reading proficiencies, and making sure that no child, whether that be a student of color or a student coming from a low-income background, is left behind in San Francisco.
Yes.
So what strategies and priorities would you use to make sure that public education system in San Francisco is working for all students?
So I think number one, we need to have a culture of high expectations, and that's high expectations for every child in San Francisco. And we have to recognize that sometimes that the district and the city needs to step in to provide the social supports at home, whether that's subsidized universal childcare for younger kids, or other after schools programs like the Boys and Girls Club to build mentorship. But I believe in a culture of high expectations. I believe every child in San Francisco can succeed and nobody should be counted out. And that's why I supported Prop G to open up algebra to 8th graders. And I want to partner with my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and on the Board of Education for their particular districts, their particular neighborhoods, and their particular needs, and give them the support that they need. And that's particularly true, I think, in the Southeast. I look forward to partnering with the District 10 supervisor, District 11 supervisor, to hear best from them. And then also in my district, in Chinatown as well, there are children who are living under very difficult circumstances and SROs, and we need to make sure that we find the social supports and financial supports for those kids as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absent other panelist questions, I will continue. District 3 has a high concentration of high injury streets. And if elected, I'd like to hear what you would recommend to create safer streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Pedestrian safety is a high priority of mine. I hear it from my constituents. Number one, we need to have enforcement. SFMTA and the police department have gotten out of the business of enforcement due to short staffing. That's a problem. And we need enforcement not just against cars, but also against bicycles. I've heard it from my constituents. Pedestrian safety is a huge concern. We also need to recognize the fact that some folks have to drive, and that's not a bad thing. If you're older, if you're an older adult, if you're taking care of an older adult, or you have a disability, sometimes, you need to drive, and we need to keep those people in the process. So I believe in making all modes of transportation better: biking, walking, driving, and I don't believe in pitting people against each other. And I've called for wholesale change at the MTA as well, because I think this culture of pitting people against each other is just going to set us all behind.
Thank you. Michaela, did you have a question?
Yeah. So Mo, District 3 has the wharf, and the wharf really took it hard during COVID. I'm curious to know if you have any ideas on how we might be able to bring life back to the wharf and work with the Port Commission to do so.
Absolutely. So I've been partnering with the Fisherman's Wharf Community Benefit District and the Fisherman's Wharf Merchants Association for quite some time. Al Casiato is very involved in there, and he's a supporter of mine. I think we need a wholesale economic revitalization strategy, but we need to make sure that the wharf is the strong commercial and tourism engine that's critical to San Francisco. So I think investment, I support the police specials program, because until we make sure that the area is safe, that's going to attract, we need that to attract tourism. So that's what I would say on the wharf. I mean, I love going to SCOMA's. We need more restaurants like SCOMA's to survive. We need to bring people down there, but if people don't feel safe, And if we don't crack down on the car break-ins and whatnot, it's just bad for business. And I want to be a partner with the wharf, and I want to be a partner with the port.
Wonderful. Mo, you now have, I believe, 1 minute left, if that's correct, Cedric, for your concluding statement.
This campaign gives you a series of choices, but I am the choice that's aligned with the voters in this district. I am 100% in support of our public safety departments. I've taken the strongest line in that vein. I'm also 100% behind recovery, and that's where the residents of this district are. Overwhelmingly, Prop E and F passed in this district, and I supported both. I was the only candidate to support both in this race. And also, people in this district want city departments and our elected officials to listen to them. And they feel that they've been shut out in a lot of decisions, and we need to make sure that they don't feel that way. And I'm proudly endorsed by Supervisor Matt Dorsey, Aaron Peskin, Deborah Walker, Art Agnos, and many more. I am the consensus candidate in this race, and I urge you to endorse me.
Wonderful, thank you. This concludes. Thank you for being here, and our next candidate is now welcome to enter.
All right.
Thank you, Mo.
Our next candidate is supposed to be Sharon Lai. However, I do not yet see Sharon in the attendees list to promote up to panelist. I did text her campaign, and so I'm going to text them again.
We'll wait a couple minutes. That's fine.
Hopefully, we'll be able to stay on track.
Do we have another candidate? Who's the next in line on the schedule?
After Sharon, we have Edward Navarro, but Edward
And
is
is he's not here yet. Okay, thank you.
told people to come 10 minutes early if they could.
Are there any other D3 candidates who are in the Zoom but not promoted to panelist?
Navarro, it is Mr. Sauter, and after Mr. Sauter, it is Mr. Susk, and I see Mr. Susk.
To be fair, Sharon's not due until 10:15.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, well.
It's true, we built that buffer in.
Up, and here we go. Sharon Lai is here.
Did you want to wait until the time to start at 10:15?
I've promoted her up now. I will leave that to you. All right, and pinning
Get
you to
started in 1 minute, Sharon.
get warmed up.
Welcome.
All
Again,
right.
Sharon, thank you for being here. We are currently doing the D3 interviews along with my co-chair, Michaela Alapir, Carrie Barnes, and Cedric is keeping time. Just really quick on format. We would welcome you to do a 1-minute opening statement, followed by 8 minutes of questions, and then a 1-minute wrap up. So with that, I'd love for you to take the floor.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time. So I grew up in public housing in Hong Kong and have always deeply appreciated the important role that government has in providing social safety nets and creating stable communities for everyone. That's why I've championed providing universal childcare, fighting against big tobacco and vaping, led on transportation funding measures and housing measures locally in San Francisco. It's also why I've worked for the past 2 decades professionally in building housing of all types, including market rate, affordable, homeless housing. And I've also advanced the city's safety while serving on MTA, where I tripled the public safety budget and advocating for interdepartmental collaboration. Most recently, I led on a downtown economic recovery effort through a public-private partnership to diversify our economic base and creating jobs that will really stay in San Francisco. San Francisco really deserves competent and diverse leadership, not just in demographics, but I'm speaking to expertise. I have a demonstrated track record of delivering results for our city, and I'm eager to leverage the power of this office to do more for the district and for the city. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will start with a question. Thank you. The District 3 is comprised of many neighborhoods and communities, and would love to just hear how you have built community since your time living there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I have called San Francisco my home for the past 19 years, and I have for over a decade been serving, particularly in the Chinatown neighborhood. I actually started my relationship with the city as a city planner for San Francisco and have worked on projects including in District 3. Some of them are housing related, including pedestrian safety projects. I was involved with the Broadway Street redesign project a while ago. And, you know, while in my activism within Chinatown, I have participated in many nonprofit organizations, supported their work, including CYC and their victim services. While serving on the MTA in particular, I advocated as the only API director on the board at the time, and this was during the pandemic, trying to actually reconnect the neighborhood with a lot of other neighborhoods, advocating for the recovery of community bus lines, including the 8AXBX, which connects the Bayview through District 3. I have also worked on continuing to expand community safety ambassadors throughout the district. And currently I actually serve on the Chinese Hospital Steering Committee, as well as the working group that's working on redesigning Portsmouth Square, which is a very important community living room space, as well as a historic location for the city. I previously worked in the private sector for many years in downtown in the financial district. And that is a community that I am very eager to help revitalize. It is the city's economic engine and our front door. And that is why I had mentioned, you know, in my most recent position, I had focused my energy in trying to help recover the downtown economy, because if we don't help ourselves, you know, diversify our economic base and really try to get our economic conditions back on track within the downtown area, we can't continue to fund and finance all of the public safety and clean street measures that I know everybody in the city really wants. Just for a point of clarification, is there a time limit on the question? Should I try to keep my responses to a specific time?
No, it's nice to hear from you. It's also nice to consider when we have member questions, panelists. So Michaela will, as co-chair, ask you a question now, and then Michael Nguyen will ask a question right after. And as members write in the chat stack, we will call on them accordingly. Michaela?
Thank you.
Hi, Sharon. Nice to see you. So the question that I have for you is, you know, a big part of District 3 is the Port of San Francisco and the Wharf area. And I am wondering, you know, I liked what you had to say about Portsmouth Square. But what are your feelings about revitalizing the wharf and the role that the Port of San Francisco plays in San Francisco's economy?
Yeah, I do believe that, in the economic world, we talk about first and second order advantages, and our wharf area is absolutely one of our most valuable assets within the city. It is not just an opportunity for commerce and trade, but also really a very natural and beautiful asset that we should really be leveraging. Right now, the Port of San Francisco, along with, I'm aware that there's, Burton Act and limitations as to what we can do along the wharf, but I do see that a lot of our businesses, especially around, the northern area, are really suffering. There's a lot of vacancies. A lot of our historic businesses have been pushed out. And I do think that we need to have a proactive strategy in making sure that we're helping existing businesses that are still there really get back, into a good rhythm, as well as making sure that we are building for long-term resilience. I know that the Port of San Francisco has a portfolio management real estate team, as well as long-term plans for redevelopment. One of my areas of concern and where I think this office can really help is to continue to support and expand on the financing capabilities so that we can enable the port to really thrive and be an area that could connect the region. I am somebody who comes from a background of real estate, both development and operation. And I really do think that for District 3, it is extremely important that we have someone with expertise and real world understanding of how to be working with real estate in order for us to be taking advantage of this amazing asset we have, but while also protecting small businesses that are there, as well as making sure that we are maintaining public access to this really vital resource.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'd like to move to panelist question. I believe the first one is Michael Nguyen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It's okay, great. My question is, how do you differentiate yourself from the other candidates in the field around housing, around building housing, affordable housing, different kinds of housing? San Francisco Democratic Party just recently declared itself a pro-housing party. So what would you say to that, and how, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I appreciate you asking this. I think it's quite clear that I'm the only candidate in the field who's actually ever worked on housing in San Francisco. Not only have I worked on the approval side, on the regulatory side, but I've also worked on the financing construction side during the pandemic, when I saw that there was a lot of unsheltered homelessness and a lot of people were being displaced. I quit my private sector job and started a nonprofit specifically to try to help house our population, because the sidewalks should not be the location where people should be languishing. We should also not be using our ERs as well as our jail system as the revolving door. I have demonstrated the ability to cut through process and build interim homeless housing very quickly. I was able to get a permit in 2 weeks, start construction, move people in 2 months. I built it for 4 times less than the cost of a replica project that the city recently opened. And I really do believe in the public-private partnership model. I think if we can all row in the same direction, we're going to be able to advance public good a lot more effectively. I think one of the main differentiators for me within the housing space, it's not just about track record, but really my belief that we have both a supply as well as a demand problem when it comes to housing solutions. We have to continue to build housing at all levels, but we also need to make sure that we're building housing that people can afford. And now I believe that the government should really get out of the way of private markets. We should let them do what they do best. I don't think that leaning on the private markets has been effective in delivering affordable housing, which is why, as supervisor, my main focus is going to be on delivering affordable housing. That is why I've always championed housing measures, including the past March Prop A measure. I think the financing of housing is really what we have to be concerned about right now. It's not just about approvals. It's really about how do you get from approvals to construction. And again, I'm the only candidate who has actual experience and expertise in working in that area. Thank you.
Wonderful. Our next question is from Member Ho. I believe. No, incorrect. Is it Emron?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Apologies.
Thank you, co-chair, and good to see you, Sharon. So I just want to focus my question. We have one of the most famous Chinatowns in the world, arguably the most famous outside of China itself. And unfortunately, during the pandemic and as we were emerging out of the pandemic, we saw a rise in anti-Asian hate. There's disturbing videos that kind of shocked this whole city when there's attacks on elderly, whether that be purse snatching or assaults. And this was occurring in the early morning, daytime, and even sometimes in the nighttime. So if you were elected supervisor, how would you use your platform to restore a sense of confidence and safety in Chinatown and make sure their residents feel like they have a sense of belonging in their own community?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Public safety is very personal to me. I'm someone who's been attacked before. I've been attacked on Muni, and that was actually the reason that motivated me to join MTA and why I focus so much on addressing public safety within my capacity there. During the time that I was serving on MTA, it was during the pandemic, so a lot of the anti-Asian hate was very, very salient, which is also why, right when I started on the board, I was advocating for transparency and information. I realized that, MTA didn't even have crime data. Is that 10 minutes or 10 seconds? Sorry. So I was able to partner with the San Francisco Police Department to make sure that we're rebuilding relationships so that we can actually even get their information. I believe in fully funding our police department and continuing to lean on providing community policing and having eyes on the street. That is how people will feel safer, by having a holistic approach to public safety and making sure that people know each other and that we have safety officers and ambassadors on our streets.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We went a little bit over.
Okay.
I'm going to now
Apologies.
hand it back to you, Sharon, to make your concluding statement.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I ask my question?
Well, unfortunately, no, Lily, because we went a little bit over. We have, well, let me see. We have a little bit of buffer. I mean, if we're going to, Sharon, would you mind could you accommodate and make like a really brief conclusion if Lily asks her question?
Could I first make my closing, and then if we have time, I would love to address more questions, or I can write a written response back. I would love to have the equal opportunity. Would that be okay, Chair?
Well,
thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. I'm going to go ahead and make my closing statement. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so San Francisco has been my chosen home for the past 19 years. And my two kids, this is the only place that they know to be their home. I'm running for, District 3 seat to help focus on solving problems, and so that San Francisco remains a welcoming place for everyone and where inclusive shared prosperity is possible. I intend to do that by continuing to be who I've always been, someone who believes in the Big Tent approach, the power of convening and bringing people along. I'm proud to have been endorsed by 8 of the current supervisors, several of the state representatives, as well as my many local organizations and local unions and community leaders. Thank you for your consideration. I'm going to keep this short so that I could hopefully get to Member Ho's question. Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate the brevity. And thank you for allowing me to ask this question, Vice Chair Barnes. So this actually dovetails off of the conversation that Amran had asked around public safety. Public safety is my number one priority. It has been the number one priority for most of San Francisco in every district, and then particularly dovetailing off of the anti-Asian hate that we've seen in recent years. Now, one of the things that I see different from your candidacy versus the other candidates in the race is that—
question quicker. It's supposed to be 45.
Oh, okay. You were yes on B and no on E versus all the other
Lily, you have
candidates.
to just make it really quick.
Okay.
If we're going to accommodate it.
Thank you. Can you please explain why your position stands the opposite of the rest of the city on public safety on your positions on yes on B and no on E?
On E, I'll address that in reverse order. On E, I have a more full response on mission local that we've all addressed. I am very much I believe in providing the tools that the police department needs to be effective. I do believe that we could have also achieved that by passing laws at the local level at the supervisor's level without putting it as a ballot measure. I did have concerns about enabling basically encouraging high-speed car chases, which I have spoken with police officers, and that is a concern of theirs too. But I'm not opposed to police technology. In fact, I've advocated for technology, the use of technology, even while I was on MTA. On the question of Proposition B, that is not the measure that I felt completely comfortable with. There were issues with it that I certainly disagreed with, and it's not the way that I would have written it. At the moment in time, that was the only measure in front of us that would have actually increased police staffing. And I understand the interpretation that I think the popular understanding now is that people are associating it with a tax. That was not my initial intent or understanding after talking to the campaign team. I do not believe that we should be increasing taxes in order to provide basic public safety. Happy to chat more offline.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
We're moving to our next panelist.
Thank you.
Okay. Go back.
All right. We got Mr. Edward Navarro, who is right here.
Edward, welcome. There we are. Can you see us?
Yes, thank you, Member Barnes.
Okay, fabulous.
Good to see you.
Welcome. We're
Great.
here with co-chair Elliot O'Peer and Cedric Akbar is our timekeeper.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome. We're running it the following way. We'll invite you to have a 1-minute opening statement, 8-minute member questions. Members, remember, questions should be brief, 45 seconds. We'll leave it up to you, Edward, to tailor your answers appropriately, and then a 1-minute wrap up. So with that, please take the floor. You have 1-minute intro.
Thank you, Member Barnes, and thank you, everybody, for your time today. I'm Eduardo Navarro, running for District 3. I come from architecture and finance with a specialty in urban design. And as an entrepreneur, I've always run my own show. This is my first time becoming part of government. I don't come from governments or nonprofits. The freshness of being able to see San Francisco in a light of just having been here 2.5 years permits me to see what's, I think, very special about San Francisco. And I think it's a place where everybody can be who they want to be. I think that's something to cherish, to protect, and to defend, especially with in light of national and international political scene. And so it's tantamount to us as San Franciscans to unite and make sure that we have a very successful story. On the practical side, I think architecture and finance are very useful and practical for a couple of the things that are affecting the city quite consistently, which is, for example, the dearth of housing. My differentiation from other candidates in that light is that I do come from investments. So I very much about pro-business and making sure that we're able to build efficiently and affordably. But at the same time, I come from design. So the part about we can do this in a very sensible way and having a very robust discussion about architecture. Thank you.
Fabulous. Edward, I will invite Michaela to ask you the first question.
Okay.
Hello, Edward.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us today. Hello.
Thank you.
The question I've been asking everyone is something sort of near and dear to my heart in District 3, which is about the wharf and the Port of San Francisco. The Port of San Francisco is a big part of what District 3 is. The wharf is a huge economic generator for the city, but it's really hit some tough times. Do you have any thoughts on how you might be able to bring life back to the wharf and how the Port of San Francisco might be able to help with the economic regeneration of the area?
Fantastic. As most contemporary cities have moved into containerization, the utility of the port as an actual port of trade has been displaced in the same as in New York and many other places. Here we have it in Oakland. So today, it gives us an opportunity to harness that legacy from a storytelling and architectural perspective to create vibrant neighborhoods that have 24/7 residents. And I think that's something that we're missing both in the port and in the wharf. The wharf is telling that there's no neighborhood association, but rather only a merchants association. I think there's a lot of space in terms of ground and also architecturally. There's a very nice way to add housing and to make it a vibrant part of the city. It is also one of the places seen most affectionately by tourism. And, you know, from my experience in Spain, which is my home country, there's 90 million tourists that visit Spain every year. That's the second or third, depending on the year that you get it. So there's many examples that we can look at in terms of how to develop places that are both attractive for tourism, but also sustainable locally. And I would say those are both. I mean, the lure of a port is incredible, and it's not something that we can lose, but rather something that we can hang on to dearly. If we have a robust discussion about urban design, architecture, and livability in those places.
Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no other panelist questions, I will ask you one. What do you believe is the most pressing issue in District 3, Edward? And if elected, how would you confront it? How would you try to solve it?
Well, I think the issues of District 3 are similar to it's a microcosm of the rest of the city. And I think the most pressing issue is that we don't feel good about the city currently. And that goes to several ideas. We don't feel good because people feel unsafe. We don't feel good because the streets aren't clean, because there's a sense of decay, because there's a sense of abandonment of the retail spaces, emptiness in the commercial corridors, and also in office spaces. So I think the very first thing we need to do is to address that. And I think we have to address that by changing the paradigm in terms of how we think about our streets and our public space. And we tend to think that homelessness and not being unhoused is the alternative is binary, and it means the street. And we try to attend to these issues on the street as though it was an open air hospital sometimes. I think we have to be much more sophisticated about how we treat open space, and we have to basically say no to a permanent and unusual occupation of that space. We can do this very humanely. And I think if we start looking at the unhoused portion of the city, we can understand that there are persons that have fallen into hardship, temporary or circumstantial hardship. And I don't think any of us would be against a process of temporary to permanent shelter where people can actually find their way again and become part of society. There is another component of the unsheltered space, which are people suffering from disabilities in the sense of mental health or substance abuse, but where there's not a full control of one's faculties. And I think we threw the baby out with the bathwater when we took away institutions for all the reasons we know of the abuses that came with them. But I think we've gone beyond that, and there's a place that very humanely we can create institutions back in the city to open up the streets back to public space, and also to create a physical barrier between dealers and other things with persons that need assistance. Now, I don't know the first thing about mental health, and I don't know the first thing about substance abuse, but I do know that there are professionals that have dedicated their entire professional careers, and I think we can put them in place and also hold them accountable to get people better, just not on the street.
Wonderful. I believe we have time for one more question prior to your 1 minute wrap up. District 3, and I'll ask it, seeing none in the chat. District 3 has a large concentration, unfortunately, of high injury streets. So I would love to hear from you about transit and safer streets, and if elected, what you would do.
Great. So as I mentioned, I come from architecture and finance. I studied at Georgia Tech, then I was in Paris, then I was in New York at Columbia University, and my studies were concentrated on urban design. We talk a lot about driver behavior, and we try to limit that with rules, regulations, cameras, and other technology, which is one tool that we can use. There's a whole nother tool that we can use, which is urban design and the physicality of our streets. We seem to be so involved in some of the issues that are so pressing that we forget that many of our streets are paved with concrete. They're broken. They have issues structurally. They have also, for example, the light and power hangs from wires. So there's a whole world of improvement that we can work on of the streets, beyond also daylighting and other sort of time-tested methods to make sure that pedestrians are safe, in order to make those intersections much more viable. You know, this is a very ardent question in urban design, and something that I think we could all have a very not only productive but fun discussion as to how we can make our streets even more attractive and safer from a pedestrian perspective.
I'm not sure if Cedric marked the time, but you have 1 minute wrap up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, again, thank you everybody for your time today. I am the newer candidate in District 3. I do believe I can bridge between progressives and moderates in a very productive way because I think our main thing should be to have a united San Francisco and a very successful San Francisco because we go way beyond our borders and we want to make sure that this is a beacon for people nationally and internationally. I claim that I know how to put 82,000 units in the city without anybody noticing. That's appealing to the progressives because I say we don't have to build skyscrapers, and I truly believe we don't have to build skyscrapers on the water to get there. At the same time, I am very pro-business, and I think we can create a whole slew of development, both affordable, market rate, working families, and the rest of it, that not only gets the affordability where we want it to be, but also allows first responders and professionals to live in the city in a very strong way and to allow for community policing and a more tight urban fabric. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. I look forward to continuing being in contact with all of you, which I think we see each other every other day or every few days. So thank you again.
Thank you and good luck.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
So we now have a break until 10:55 for our next candidate.
All right, we'll resume at 10:55 with Mr. Sauter. Mr. Sauter, promoted you a little bit early, but we'll see you get started right at 10:55.
Okay, I'll be ready at 10:55. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, folks, let's come back together and right at 10:55. Carrie, you can continue.
Roger. Welcome, District 3 supervisorial candidate, Danny Sauter. I'm just going to go over a format, what to expect. We'd like to invite you to do a 1-minute opening, followed by 8 minutes of questions, and then a 1-minute conclusion. And with that, please take the floor, Danny.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for the opportunity and your time this morning. My name is Danny Sauter. I'm a candidate for District 3 Supervisor. And I'm asking for your support and your endorsement so that I can put my deep record of community organizing in District 3 to work for the residents of District 3 and for all of San Francisco. A quick background to share. I have been a neighborhood organizer in District 3 for the last 10 years. That starts with serving as the president of my neighborhood association, where I've led on projects like starting a community farmers market, supporting 50 restaurants during the worst days of our COVID pandemic by raising $250,000 for those restaurants, holding monthly community meetings and town halls to make sure that we bring more neighbors into organizing and the civic engagement process. Professionally, I'm the executive director of a nonprofit. It's a network of 8 community centers around our city. 2 of those centers are here in District 3, Cameron House and Chinatown, where I support them. And I've also been very active in Democratic Party club leadership, serving as the District 3 director of Eastern Neighborhoods Democratic Club. And I see that's the time, so I'll leave it there.
Wonderful. What would you do if elected to encourage business growth, considering the high vacancy rate in your if elected to be district? Thank you.
Yes, it's a really important question. We do have a lot of vacancies and we have a lot of area for growth. And, whether that's downtown where we still have a 40% office vacancy rate, or even more so in the neighborhoods. You look along Polk Street in Russian Hill, in Lower Nob Hill, Sutter and Post, we have a lot of vacancies. For those small businesses, it needs to be easier to open a small business in San Francisco. We make it unnecessarily hard. I know that from firsthand experience. I've started 2 businesses in District 3. I've seen where rules and regulations just are outdated or they don't make sense. They need to be streamlined and reorganized. For those larger businesses, I think everything has to be on the table. I think we have to be going out and actually recruiting businesses to San Francisco. Probably the first time in a while we've had to do that. But that's where we are as a city, and we need to make sure that our economy gets back on track.
Elliot up here.
Hi, Danny. Nice to see you. So actually, kind of dovetailing off of that a little bit, you are District 3. One of the most important things within District 3 is the Port of San Francisco and the wharf. Pre-COVID, the wharf was considered the second or third largest tourist attraction in the United States, and we've really seen a hit. So I'm just sort of curious what you think. We've got an enterprise zone being the port, we've got San Francisco being the city. How do we bring those 2 different entities together to strengthen the wharf? And what are your thoughts on the Port of San Francisco and its future?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think this is critically important, and I do see this as a role of a supervisor, is to bring those different parties to the table. Fisherman's Wharf, Union Square, those key tourist hubs in our city, all sit in District 3. And I think, as I speak to small businesses in the wharf or tourism leaders in our city, I think everyone agrees that the wharf needs some love. It needs some reimagination. We certainly need to polish it up and make it the attraction that it once was. And I do see that as the role of a supervisor, is to coordinate those efforts and to bring those folks to the table. I think it's going to take some short-term work, whether that's focusing on the basic cleanliness and safety there. That's, of course, important for our visitors, but it's also important to our workers. I've talked to merchants in the wharf who are really worried early in the morning for their early employees to actually show up to work. But it also takes long-term work, and that's things. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't know if I was at time. I'm sorry. I'm hearing something.
No, you're not. You can finish your.
Okay, I'll finish up very quickly. What I was going to say, it also is going to take some long-term work. We have areas around Fisherman's Wharf which have some of the largest retail vacancies in all of San Francisco as you go along Bay Street and North Point. And I think the future of Fisherman's Wharf is always tourism. It's always honoring our maritime usage, our Italian heritage of the fishermen's there. But it also is going to include some more housing around the fringes of Fisherman's Wharf and long-term work like connecting the wharf to the rest of San Francisco. And I see that as a key opportunity with extending the Central Subway to be a North Beach stop and then a Fisherman's Wharf stop as it originally was planned.
Wonderful. I believe Bilal has a question. Thank you.
Hi, Danny. Just want to know, what is your involvement and history in Chinatown?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's a really important question. For District 3, I think anyone who raises their hand for this seat has a responsibility to share their record of advocating for the diverse communities of District 3. And so much of that is our API community. It's Chinatown. It's our Chinese Americans all throughout Chinatown, North Beach, Nob Hill, throughout our district. And so I weigh that responsibility heavily. I personally have been taking Cantonese lessons for the last 5 years, and I've taken those both at City College and where I've learned and supported the Save Cantonese movement, but also online and just, in everyday conversations. And I'm certainly not fluent, but it's about, putting in that time to lower barriers between myself and other residents to make sure that I can advocate for our Chinese American communities. I'm very proud of the work that I've supported at Cameron House, which is a incredible nonprofit in Chinatown that is this year celebrating 150 years. Where I've worked to expand our programs, specifically serving older adults. District 3 actually has the highest concentration of older adults of anywhere in San Francisco, and the needs of older adults and seniors are most acutely felt by our populations who are bilingual or monolingual within Chinatown.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll ask you another one. I did ask other candidates as well. Unfortunately, District 3 has a large concentration of high injury streets. If elected, what would you do to create safer streets, Danny?
Yeah, it does, and we know where those streets are, right? And so we've studied it, we've seen it, we've seen incredible loss on our streets, and now it's time to do something about it. Particularly we have areas of Lower Nob Hill that act as freeways to downtown, and that needs to change. We need to slow down traffic there. We need to make it safer to walk throughout District 3, particularly in some of the more congested, dangerous areas. I see this as an opportunity to strengthen public transit. We have to do the short-term infrastructure work with bulb outs and daylightings, which we know are proven tactics to improve safety in District 3. But long-term, we've got to make it more accessible, more reliable, more attractive to take public transit. And I'm really disappointed that over these last 20 or so years, we just haven't had much improvement or support for public transit in District 3. We need more rapid bus lanes. We need to do the long-term work on the Central Subway. We need to bring back bus lines like the 41 and the 3 that are still out of commission. So that would be my focus related to making it safer to walk in San Francisco in District 3 and also to take public transit.
Okay, I think if you answer, we end at 11:05. So you have 1 minute concluding statement. I have a super quick question.
Sure.
What is the most pressing problem in your district? And if you could answer it really quick and then go on to your conclusion, that would be fabulous.
I think the most pressing issues in District 3 line up with the rest of the city. It's affordable housing, it's public safety, but I would say the specific kind of wrinkle to that within District 3 is that we have some of the most challenged neighborhoods at the moment related to the fallout still from the pandemic, the need to reimagine downtown. We talked about the Wharf and Union Square, even Chinatown, North Beach, which are really tourism drivers. So the needs are similar, but I think in specific ways more acute in District 3 to some of the geographical neighborhoods that are still recovering from the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. And if you wanted to take your concluding statement now, thank you for being here. That would be fabulous.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to seek the endorsement and for all the questions. As I shared, I'm hoping to get into office to put my 10 years of community organizing in District 3 to work for San Francisco. I've had the privilege to have thousands of conversations and knock on thousands of doors. And I think, like all of you, the message is very clear. We love San Francisco. We want to be proud of it. And I think the best way to be proud of it is to get better results, and that involves putting new folks into office. It's putting people into office who have deep records in District 3. This is a set of neighborhoods that I think deserves to be honored. Their history deserves to be honored and listened to and supported, and that's going to take someone who has a track record in the district, right? Someone who's been here and is not showing up at election time or moving to the district to run for office. I think that's something that District 3 deserves. I think District 3 voters deserve people who have been involved throughout the most difficult days of the pandemic. I'm very proud that I would be only the second renter on the Board of Supervisors, would be the youngest member of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm hoping to bring that experience to City Hall and to the District 3 seat. And again, thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Danny. We're going to move to our next panelist now.
So we had a slight typo in the schedule, and we have Matthew Susk scheduled for 11:15, which is a slight buffer. You can take him up earlier if you like. My understanding is he is here, and that just leaves you with a longer gap when we return for the D5 block. But co-chairs, it's your choice.
I think we should bring him on, Carrie.
Yeah, I'm fine to keep going if he agrees.
Let's promote him up and find out.
Okay.
We could also sing happy birthday to Vice Chair Calmucci, who is
Oh.
spending his birthday with us today on the interviews.
I'm here and happy to go if that works for you guys, whatever's best.
Okay, fabulous.
All right, so we'll amend this to start at 11:06 and end at 11:16. Vice Chair Akbar, just note the time for your timekeeping purposes. Go ahead.
Okay, welcome, Matthew. We're doing D3 supervisorial candidate interviews. As you know, we're going to organize the time the following way. You have 1 minute opening statement, 8 minutes of questions, and then a 1 minute conclusion. And with that, I'd love to have you take the floor.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Susk, and I'm running for the Board of Supervisors because San Franciscans deserve safe streets, thriving businesses, and government accountability. I'm not a career politician. I'm a businessman who loves my hometown. Growing up right here in District 3, I developed a profound appreciation for San Francisco's unique culture and its unique challenges. I believe in public safety, cutting costs, and investing in our local economy, and I've got the record to prove it. I'm a proud graduate of the SFPD's Community Police Academy, where I spent 3 months learning about every division within the SFPD. I spent a decade in the private sector, advising government pension plans, founding a successful laundry business right here in San Francisco, and helping thousands of renters become homeowners. My family has lived here for generations, and I'm here today to make sure that San Francisco thrives for generations to come. Thank you so much, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to build on what you mentioned, transit as an important safety issue in your district. District 3 has high injury streets, and if elected, how would you resolve this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question, and I hear it every day on the doors or calls. So, we'll start with some stats. So moving violations are down 97% in San Francisco. And I think we all saw that, and it was pretty jarring. I think for those of us that have been watching it for the last couple of years, we kind of knew that was coming. And I think that's number one. People don't have a deterrent right now. We see people go through stop signs all the time. We see people speed all the time, and we don't see anyone that's pulled over in this city anymore. And that's clearly backed by the data now. So I think it's vital that we start prioritizing moving violations in our city so that walkers feel safer, bikers feel safer, drivers feel safer in our city. And we can do that as we can help support the police department. We can do that. I mean, we've all heard fully fund, fully staffed, right? But we need to support. That's something we haven't had, and it's something that I will bring. So I think that's one area. Another area is, daylighting is a pretty obvious solution, to bring in so pedestrians feel safe. I think that we should massively expand the bus network. A lot of people call for an extension of the central subway. I don't think that's the right solution. I think that buses are the best solution. They're fast, they're affordable, and we can get them on the street quickly. So I think that's a great way where we can provide some safety as well. I'll pause there to make sure we can get some more questions. Thanks so much.
Member Elliott Opier.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. Hi, Matt. Thanks for joining us this morning. So, a question that I've been asking the D3 candidates, the Port of San Francisco is within the jurisdiction of District 3, and so is the wharf, which is on port property. I'm just wondering what your thoughts might be to revitalize the wharf while working with an enterprise zone, which is the Port of San Francisco, and how the city might interact to get things moving a little bit down there, and what your priorities for the Port of San Francisco might be, since it's such a huge economic generator for the city.
Totally. I so appreciate it. I don't think the wharf gets enough love, unfortunately. So I feel very fortunate to have the support of lots of small businesses in the wharf. And I talk to them all the time. And you hear it, right? I mean, it's two things. And I'm sure we'll talk about this for the rest of our 7 minutes. Safe streets, right? That's what they want. You talk to them, they're being gutted right now. I mean, revenues are down 30%, not accounting for inflation. We're talking close 40 to 50% of small businesses. That's our tourist attractions, that's restaurants, that's bars, that's local retail. They're being absolutely gutted. So I think, you look at international travel, a lot of international travel is back, domestic travel, a lot of domestic travel is back. Regional travel to our city is not back. And I think that's an area where we really need to get serious on how to bring people back. And I think a lot of that is through safety. A lot of small business owners are on the front lines every day dealing with addiction, dealing with mental health, and they're the ones that have to be the resources that have to deal with that. And that can cause serious problems for their customers. So I think that's one. illegal street vending is a huge problem in the wharf that we don't talk about enough. I think we need to get rid of all illegal street vending in the wharf, and that needs to happen immediately. Second, there's a huge project that's being talked about right now, Pier 45. I feel very fortunate to be brought in on that. And it'd be really nice to have an amphitheater, really nice to have grass, but we need, whoever leads this district needs to understand the history of San Francisco. The fishing industry has been here for generations, and they do not feel like their voice is being heard on this issue. And I think it is vital that we listen to what they are saying to make sure the fishing industry, which is already going through tough times, does not have it layered on more and more and more. And then finally, the thing I want to talk about with the wharf is housing. We need more housing. You talk to small businesses, it's really hard to hire people. You walk through the wharf and there are parking lots galore and there are no cars. We need to build. There's underutilized space. I think the Kirkland bus yard is an area that we've been talking about for decades, wildly underutilized, and we can bring that in. And the last thing I'll say on the housing front is let's make Fisherman's Wharf a mecca for families. Let's build housing that supports families, not just studios, but how do you add 2-3 bedrooms so that families can come back to the city and not be priced out as soon as they get into their 30s and then move to the suburbs. Let's make this a city that supports our families. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you. I have, seeing no other questions, I'll continue. I have more of a big tent Democratic Party question for you. Unlike what we heard this week, climate change is real. And I wanted to know how, if elected, you would protect our environment and sustain San Francisco, the best city on earth, for future generations.
Yeah, it is the best city on earth. I agree with you. So yeah, I mean, protecting it is vital. I mean, I think the number one area is you look at sea level rise along the Embarcadero. I mean, that's something that will impact District 3 disproportionately, and something that we need to get serious on how we're going to invest to deal with that. And I think that, I mean, you look at a prime example, and back to Michaela's question, the ferry building, right? So now there's talk of trying to raise it up. And bringing in the Army Corps of Engineers to do that, like it's going to be very serious. What we can do is we continue to promote values that deal with climate change. And again, like I mentioned, my opener, or I guess my second question is buses. I think buses are a great way, electric fleet of buses. You can get them onto the streets within weeks. They cost $400,000 and you can utilize them versus extending a central subway, which can take decades. Or you look at Van Ness, let's not even do the central subway. You look at Van Ness, block a street for decades, literally billions of dollars over budget. They don't work that efficiently. And you look at the small businesses that are just gutted. You look in Chinatown, again, an area part of D3 where you extend a central subway and it affects them. I think buses are a great way where we can continue to support our climate change causes and make sure that San Francisco is a leader now and continues to be going forward.
Wonderful. We are concluding at 11:16. So for your 1-minute conclusion, but if you have time for a quick question, what do you see as the most pressing problem in your district and how would you resolve it?
Yeah, I'll answer and then go into the conclusion. So far and away, I mean, I spend hours every day knocking on doors and making calls. Like far and away, empirically, safe streets. Like that is the number one issue. I mean, we're talking 93%. I mean, we track it, right? 93% of people, that is the first thing they say, safe streets. We do see a lot of encouraging data, right? Like you look at the dashboards and it seems to be going down, which is fantastic. I worry that it's an election year and like we're investing in it because of that. We need to support our police officers. Absolutely. One thing I've been calling for that no one else in this race is that I want to add 2 officers to our police commission. I want 1 active duty and 1 retired officer to our police commission. We need to get serious about supporting our police, and it needs to be long-term. It absolutely needs to be long-term. It can't just be a short-term solution and what's being politically convenient. I also call for expanding the first responder down payment assistance fund. My professional career has been in real estate, bringing renters to become homeowners. I want our first responders to be able to live in the communities that they serve, and we can do that by massively expanding that. The down payment is primarily the reason why people can't afford homes. They can afford the monthly rates, but not the down payment. We can do that. We can offer that as a service to our officers. So safety is the number one issue, and I have ways that I want to solve it. I'll quickly transition. So again, the one thing I want to say to you guys is thank you so much for everything you do. Like, I'm the outsider, I get it, like totally, but I think you guys are awesome. In the last couple of months, we've really seen so much positive change. And I think that's what San Francisco desperately needs right now. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I really appreciate the time this morning. Again, my name is Matt Susk. I'm a third-generation San Franciscan. I'm running because San Franciscans deserve safe streets, thriving businesses, and government accountability. I really appreciate your time today. I hope you'll consider me for an endorsement, and I hope to engage with all of you more going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead.
This concludes the D3 candidates, of whom there were many. And I believe we are next on at 11:30. Is that correct, Bobak?
That is correct. We are on with the D5 block beginning at 11:30 with Mr. Scotty Jacobs. And then we have 3 more slots after that. And then you all have, after that, blocked a break for lunch. So I did text Mr. Jacobs, and I have not yet heard back, but
Thank you.
he's got a little bit of time to get here. So for now, Mr. Susk, I will change you back to attendee. You're welcome to stick around, or works. But we will have a brief intermission until we get to the D5 block. And I think Matt might have gotten frozen there, but it's okay. He's not a panelist anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your patience with the slight technical challenges. Mr. Jacobs, I've promoted you up to panelist. We'll get you started right at 11:30. So sit tight.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Scotty. I'm Michaela Alioto-Peer. I'm your co-chair for today. I'll just wait for a couple of more people to jump on before we get started.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
We have similar wood paneling in our offices.
Yes, although yours is
Yeah.
bright red.
Yeah, it's actually, it's orange and it shows up a little red though, which is not ideal when you're talking to a party who is obviously blue. So trust that it's much more orange than it looks on camera right now. But yeah,
Looks good.
we'll have to work on our Pantone chips in the future.
Okay. Member Alioto-Peer, just letting you know, I did remove Member Mahmood as a panelist for this section per your FAQ rules. When you're ready, go ahead and get us started.
Okay. Well, hello, Mr. Jacobs. Welcome to the interview for the DCCC 2024 endorsement. I am your co-chair, Michaela Alioto-Peer. I'm joined by my other co-chair, Carrie Barnes, and Cedric Akbar. Member Akbar will be keeping time for us today. We're going to start with a 1-minute opening, and then we will do 8 minutes of Q&A, and then time permitting, a final 1-minute conclusion. So with that, why don't I give you the floor for your opening?
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for having me. It's nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. I'm running for District 5 Supervisor as a 4th-generation resident of San Francisco, a member of the LGBTQ plus community, a renter who lives in a rent-controlled apartment, and most importantly, one of the youngest candidates across all of the supervisor races in San Francisco who believes in this city and is proud to be from this city. I know a lot, but I think what I know more than anything else is that this is a resilient city. And we've seen that time and time again. And it's no secret that our city has its challenges right now, but I believe that all of those challenges are fixable. The reason I believe those challenges exist is because we have let ideology get in the way of actually making progress. I believe we need more housing in this city, including market rate. I think we needed it yesterday. It should not have to be 100% affordable to build affordable housing. I believe we need clean, safe, tent-free streets again. I believe we need to invest in public safety. I believe we need real strategies that will revitalize downtown and bring business back. And I believe that San Francisco needs to continue to be a city for families in many of the ways that we are falling short for our families today. I even believe that San Francisco can be the dance music capital of the West Coast and even the nation. And I believe that that will be a critical piece of how we actually get young people to engage with our downtown core again. So above all that, though, I believe we need to all work together as a Democratic Party to bring change to the supervisor seat for District 5. And I think the way we will do that is by building a big tent. I know for a fact that I speak to a very moderate voter in District 5. And while District 5 is progressive by nature, we will be able to get new leadership in because we were able to bring people from all parts of the party into the vision of new leadership for District 5. So I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for that opening. So let's just move on real quick into our questions. And the question that I'm going to start you off with, let's just pretend that you are a member of the Board of Supervisors. What are your main priorities going to be in relation to your district specifically? What do you think your district needs the most help with, and where will your focus be?
Sure. So the first is cleaner, safer streets. It's no secret that in District 5, which ranges all the way from, as you all know, look at the map, the Tenderloin, all the way through to the Panhandle, there is not a single neighborhood in District 5 that has not had its struggles with the mental health and addiction crises that are so prevalent in our city today. And so one of the first things that I will do is work with the mayor's office, work with my fellow supervisors to implement new policies that take a fundamentally different approach on those fronts. I do personally believe that 5150 holds need to be a part of the conversation when someone is receiving city-provided Narcan. I do personally believe that now that we have clarity around the Grants Pass ruling, we need to be much tougher in making sure that if we offer someone shelter and they refuse it, we make sure that we are clearing encampments and ultimately bringing order back to the streets again. I do also believe that investing in law enforcement is a winning strategy. That doesn't necessarily mean more officers on the streets, but initiatives like Prop E, I do think are worthwhile investments to making sure that we are able to reduce the amount of time from when a crime is committed to when a suspect is apprehended to ensure that we are actually tackling the crime problem in San Francisco today.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer. Vice Chair Barnes.
So building on the housing that you believe in, Scotty, that I heard, welcome. Thank you for being here today. You know, San Francisco has an affordability crisis. And so how would you work as supervisor to support the housing element in your district? Thank you.
Yeah. So one of the areas where many of the affordable housing projects in San Francisco have been delayed, and certainly District 5 has not been an exception to this, is the ideological belief that affordable housing developments need to be comprised of 100% affordable housing units. I do not believe that. I think market rate is a necessary part of the conversation. And so long as we're working with private sector developers to get projects built, we as a city need to do everything we can to make sure that we are making progress on our obligations under the housing element, while also making sure that the economics of deals make sense for the people we partner with. And so, number one, is we will actually just start building housing, and we won't be afraid to include market rate in the conversation. If you look at 400 Divisadero Street, that is a site that is now a blight in our neighborhood and has continued to exist as one for years at this point. 730 Stanton took too long, in my opinion, to get built. And we have countless other sites all across District 5, including there's a school building 500 feet from the office I'm sitting in Hayes Valley right now. Large floor plate sites that are great options for where we can build more affordable housing, but are being held up not just by the red tape and bureaucracy we talk about in City Hall, but also because of the ideology of our leaders in City Hall. I believe we need to make progress. We need to include compromise as a part of the conversation. And ultimately, we need to deliver for San Franciscans who are being priced out of the city that we all love.
Great. Thank you for that. So members, are there any other questions out there? I have got another. All right, so you actually have a project that is near and dear. Controller Cohen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the recognition. Mr. Jacobs, you have some really strong, you're communicating really strong, deep-held beliefs when it comes to building in San Francisco. Do you have any experience in doing so? Building anything?
Have I personally built a building before? Or sorry, what do you mean specifically building?
I'm asking you what your strong beliefs are coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
Outside of just reading the housing element. I mean, how did you develop these strong convictions? And my question was, were you a developer? Are you a developer? Have you developed projects? Have you been on a team of development? I mean, where did these beliefs or set of assumptions, how did you develop them?
Well, fundamentally, they come from the fact that for a long time, I thought I was going to be a high school history teacher. And as someone who's from here, I did not feel like I was going to be able to move to San Francisco, and frankly, wasn't able to move to San Francisco on the salary that I was offered when I first had a job to be a teacher, because there was a lack of affordable housing. And when I looked into why there was a lack of affordable housing, it was oftentimes because the units just were not getting built fast enough. I do have friends who are in the real estate industry, and I hear from them all the time about why they are giving up on building in San Francisco, which to me, is a symptom of a larger problem, which is that if we don't have developers feeling confident in their ability to do business in San Francisco, it puts the entire affordable housing conversation at risk. We need to do more, in my opinion, to make sure that developers do feel confident in building here. And I'm not afraid to acknowledge that I do believe developers can be a force for good in this city.
So let me dovetail on that. Sure. If I may. So you've got a project in your district that is near and dear to my heart, and that would be Booker T. Washington. So it's a facility for emancipated youth with a radio station and a gym on the bottom. It's a great project. When you look at District 5, do you see other opportunities for something, for things like that? And do you have any feelings on emancipated youth? It's a housing need that we have that is not talked about as much as it should be. And you just happen to have one of the better projects in your district.
Yeah. Look, ultimately, I don't think that we can say, well, some people deserve housing and other people don't. I think ultimately it's important to take community input into ultimately ensuring that any housing project is ultimately successful, because it's sort of, I think of it as like an organ in a body. If you don't do a good job making sure that, you make sure the host body is going to take the organ that you're working on. I'm not a doctor, clearly, either. Not a developer, not a doctor, but probably for the better. I believe that ultimately every district in San Francisco needs to have a variety of housing projects built in them, including homeless shelters, including facilities for emancipated youth, including market rate housing, including affordable housing for teachers and nurses and police officers and firefighters, et cetera. Ultimately, I think the job of a supervisor is to be a facilitator of the conversations between the city and the community to make sure that those projects don't just get built, but that they are teed up to be successful and part of the fabric of the community in which they're placed. And so, that is somewhere I think I have a very different philosophy on what it means to be a supervisor than Dean Preston. And somewhere that I'm frankly very excited, after watching, I would say, many of his failings as a supervisor on that front, to be the conduit for the communities that I would represent to City Hall.
Great, thank you. So we're going to end with a question from Member Akbar, and then you'll have your 1-minute recap.
Sure.
Yes, good morning, Jacobs. I just wanted to ask, what are your plans to keep children safe in the Tenderloin?
Yeah, so I think that starts with making sure that the Tenderloin, we deal with the, frankly, out of control drug epidemic and crisis that's going on in this city right now. I have been very clear that I believe we need to refer undocumented convicted drug dealers, particularly those distributing fentanyl, to ICE. I think we need to take hard stance approaches like that to ultimately start getting the root causes of what is making the streets, frankly, unsafe, not just for children, but for families. And unfortunately, the Tenderloin has been disproportionately impacted by that. So, I think it's partnering with law enforcement at a variety of levels throughout government. I think it's investing in the programs that ultimately enable kids to have somewhere to play in the midst of, unsafe streets, and ultimately working with the different community leaders in the Tenderloin to make sure that the children of the Tenderloin have access to all of the same resources that the kids in Alamo Square have access to. So, ultimately the Tenderloin is, where the highest concentration of families are in the entire city of San Francisco. And I think that often, thank you, gets forgotten. So.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. So right now you've got 1 minute to make conclusionary remarks.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm here and hopefully it's coming through that I'm a believer in a better future for San Francisco, and I want to be a part of that future. I got to the point where I couldn't keep just resharing things on Instagram and hoping that would make a difference. And that's ultimately a big part of why I'm running today. I'm young, I'm bringing new energy to the conversation, and most importantly, I think I'm bringing big ideas to the table. And beyond all of that, I will run again, regardless of what happens this November. But I think the one thing that we probably can all agree upon, hopefully, is that we do need new leadership in District 5. Dean is not going to lose District 5 because it became a more moderate district. He is going to lose because we were able to build a bigger tent. And I think that I can help expand that tent. And regardless of if I receive a first ranked or whatever it might be, my hope is that we can land on some kind of ranked choice strategy that ultimately helps to deliver a more expanded, bigger tent that ultimately is bigger than the one that Dean is going to be able to put together. There are a lot of people in District 5 looking for the tent to join. And there are a lot of people who used to wear Dean shirts that are now looking for the tent to join. I want to build that with all of you. And I want to build it with Bilal. And I want to build it for San Francisco.
Great. Thank you so much, Scotty. It was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks.
I move Mr. Jake back into the attendee slot. And we have Miss Autumn Lujan, who I'm promoting to panelist now. And her interview starts in 2 minutes, but I mean, we have the buffer. Go on when you see fit to start. Let me put it that way. We're right on time. We're perfectly on time. Thank you for putting together a very crisp schedule.
Okay, great. Well, then why don't we get going? Where are you, Autumn? There you are. Hi,
Yes,
welcome.
Scotty appears to be frozen, but give it a minute. It'll roll off.
Okay.
Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear us?
Perfect.
Okay, great. So welcome to the endorsement interviews for the DCCC's 2024 election cycle. My name is Michaela Alioto-Pierre. I'm your co-chair, along with Vice Chair Carrie Barnes.
Welcome.
And member Cedric Akbar will be our timekeeper. The format is 1 minute of opening, 8 minutes of Q&A, and then 1 minute closing as long as time permits. So are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, when you're ready, why don't you you have the floor and start your opening remarks.
Perfect. My name is Autumn Loyan, and I led the school board recall. We won in a landslide. I led the campaign to bring algebra back, and we won in a landslide. Now I'm running for supervisor, and I'm planning to win in a landslide. I'm running because I came home one day to find a drug user lighting fires under my home. I told him there were 5 kids on the top floor, and I wasn't sure we could get out on time if my house caught fire. And I came back to find scorch marks on my sidewalk. He couldn't hear me. How many fires will he light while we wait for him to be ready for treatment? We must compel treatment when people are using drugs in our streets, and I'm the only candidate who's willing to do this. My fentanyl plan will arrest dealers, compel users into treatment, and restore police presence on our streets so kids can run to the corner store. Endorse me and bring the Tenderloin hope.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Autumn. So let's, those are very compelling statements. Let's start with just a general basic question. Let's pretend that you are the supervisor. What are the most important issues for District 5? And how do you go about effectuating change to get those goals? So it'd be good to have an idea of what your goals are for the district and how you're going to go about accomplishing them.
Absolutely. So the number one issue in District 5 is also the number one issue in the city. That's closing the open drug markets. I think we need to do not only drug market intervention, but have a plan for kind of the gaps in that strategy. And I think we need to do that with compassion. The other big issues are grocery store access. The Tenderloin doesn't have a grocery store, hasn't for decades. They had one from Whole Foods on Market Street for a couple months, and then it closed due to crime issues. And also the Fillmore is losing their Safeway. And that is a tragedy. There are a lot of single moms in that area. There are a lot of elderly people in that area. They rely on it for pharmacy services and banking services, as well as groceries. And I've been a single mom. I cannot imagine trying to wrangle a stroller and grocery bags on the bus so that I can feed my family. I don't think we should be putting people through that. And it's critical for me that we get a grocery store to stay in the Fillmore. I'm the only candidate who, apart from Dean Preston, who went to those meetings about the Fillmore Safeway and what the community wants as we move forward. And the only candidate who is listening to the community about what they want on that site.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Barnes?
Hi, Autumn. Thank you for being here. Excuse me. Building on the affordability crisis that you just sort of intimated about with the grocery store, how will you support, if elected, building more housing in your district?
Yeah, there are a number of sites in my district that are slated for housing that are not being built right now. A lot of them are looking at ministerial approval now. But first I want to talk about like what one of the success spots, which is 730 Stanion, is going up right now on Haight Street, Haight and Stanion. That's going to be affordable housing for families. It's going to be affordable housing for formerly homeless youth. I think that's great. I'm really looking forward to it. There's another lot kind of on the same block across the street that people are looking at for affordable housing for seniors. That's for sale right now by the property owner for $7.5 million. I would love to see the city buy that land. Or if not, to work with the developer to get some percentage of affordable housing built on that site. There's also the site on, I think it's 400 Diviz, the former car wash site. That's trying to get ministerial approval right now. And I want to work with the neighborhoods and work with the developers to make sure we get sensible projects that will benefit the neighborhoods on that site. My particular focus is for housing for families and also micro apartments so that we have some deeply affordable housing for people who are coming here as refugees, for people who are just getting started in their lives.
Great, thank you, Autumn. So you spoke a lot early at the very beginning of your remarks about the school district and the school district race. And do you have any thoughts on how you might, it's very tricky when you're on the Board of Supervisors because the school district and the school board is a very separate and autonomous agency. So how would you balance both of those concerns as a member of the Board of Supervisors? How could you affect any kind of influence on the schools?
Yeah, it's interesting because when you're the supervisor, you don't have direct control over the schools. You really don't have direct control over anyone, right? You've got a megaphone and you've got a pen. You can shine a light on things and you can write some laws. And school district's not in scope for you to write laws. So the good news is I have been tremendously effective with just a smaller megaphone than a supervisor has. We've gotten competent leaders in our schools, and we have brought algebra back by simply using that megaphone and getting the support of the people of San Francisco. So as supervisor, I have a bigger megaphone. I can make the case to the residents of San Francisco who then have control over the schools. But also I have a good relationship with most of the people on the school board. I would continue to work with them and with the community college board on any school issues. And I think a lot of it comes down to your ability to negotiate with people, your ability to find solutions where that make sense for everyone, right? And that involves a lot of talking to people who disagree with you. And because you're looking at these very complex problems, and if you only stand in one spot and look at it, you're going to miss what's on the backside. And so the more you can talk with other people, take their concerns seriously, and just like approve of them for being exactly where they are, I think you can get a lot done simply through influence.
Great, thank you. Madam Controller.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Autumn. Just by way of introduction, I'm the state controller now, but I spent 8 years on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And you have on this call 3 former members of the Board of Supervisors. And so we have collectively a deep understanding about the board. I'm listening to your answers and as you lay out your policy and your focus, and I'm honestly wondering why you're not running for school board.
Yeah, so I have worked in the schools in the past. My biological kids go to school down the peninsula, and I would rather have people who have a closer connection with the school district running for school board, who are super motivated to get things done. I find that we've also trained a bunch of people to run for school board who I think would do a fantastic job. I don't think you need me on the school board, but I think the schools could use someone on the Board of Supervisors who deeply understands their issues and who could help coordinate things from the city.
So let me ask you, the board president of the Board of Supervisors makes committee assignments. Which committee? Tell me maybe 2 committees, your first and your second choice on where you'd like to serve and why.
I would like to, I haven't really thought about this. As far as the committee assignments, I know that I'd like to serve on committees that look at Parks and Recreation. And the reason I'd like to look at the Parks and Recreation Committee stuff is that the Tenderloin in particular has very few parks compared to any other neighborhood in the city. We have 3,500 kids in that neighborhood, and there's very few parks. I've been talking with folks who are trying to get more parks in that neighborhood and running into a lot of roadblocks, and I'd like to be there to help smooth things out for them. The other place I'd like to be is just I'd like to look at I'd also like to
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Autumn. So we have time for your closing statement. A minute.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember, but it used to be we could go anywhere in the world and say we're from San Francisco and people's eyes would light up, but not anymore. I want to be proud of our city again, and it starts with closing the open drug markets that are killing our people. We are a sanctuary city, and I am proud of that. But right now, we are trying to be a sanctuary for both lambs and wolves, for vulnerable people and the drug dealers who will prey on them. The result is a killing field. Walk the Tenderloin and see it for yourself. We are delivering our most vulnerable people right into the hands of drug dealers who will kill them. We are not a sanctuary, we are a slaughterhouse, and I am going to make it stop. I have a track record of standing up for the most vulnerable people and getting shit done. I've won 5 elections in D5. Stand with me, and let's give the Tenderloin hope.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us today, Autumn.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I have moved Ms. Lulian back down to attendee. We have next on your docket, Mr. Mahmood at 12 p.m. So we're a few minutes ahead of schedule. I moved Mr. Mahmood, member Mahmood too, I guess, back into the attendee block per your FAQ. I'm going to promote him up now, but we won't start his interview until you give the go ahead, Co-Chair Elliott Opier. And then once his interview is done, I will move him back down to be an attendee again, because after him is Supervisor Preston. Sorry, that's just logistics for
Great,
everyone
thank
who
you.
does.
I hope you guys don't mind my questioning. I'm asking real questions.
Hey, go for it. Yeah, you are, girl.
I mean, like,
wow.
No, you're great. Thank you for,
I can't even pretend anymore. I can't. I'm suffering over here trying to be nice and polite. Like, this is serious. You want to fucking save the city? Then tell me how you're gonna really do it.
The room is always better with Controller Cohen in it.
Thank
I
you.
can't. I can't. Okay, so
I thought I had to be more PC. I'm fine to bring knives out.
no, what are you talking about? Not knives out. This is a hard job. Ask Michaela, ask John Avalos. John, you served with Michaela, right?
Oh
I
yeah.
did. We
Right.
overlapped a
and
couple
John
years.
served with me. I missed Michaela. Like, this is a span of good 20 years of service.
I
right
served with
here.
Michaela and Chris Daly at the same time.
Oh
Right.
yeah, you did.
Good old days. So like you're interviewing for a job. Convince me you know what you're doing. I'm not convinced.
I was just saying, I love committee member Cohen.
Please.
I will humbly point out, not that it matters, but we are live, and this is a
It's recorded, yeah.
that I will be posting. So
Thanks
not,
for humbling pointing that out, but I still stand by my comments.
I know you do, and I adore you for it. But I just wanted to. We didn't suddenly go off the record.
Okay.
That being said, I did promote both candidate and member Mahmoud into being the panelist, but I don't know if he. There you are. Okay, gotcha. Perfect. All right, you are now pinned to the screen. We technically are ahead of schedule by 3 minutes, so Co-Chair Iotapir, whenever you're ready. We can wait till noon. We can wait till the actual block begins.
I wonder if executive director was confused by the presence of both member Mahmood and member Gupta at the same time.
No, and I'm sure those two are not tired of that joke.
I will never be tired of it.
And a friendly logistical reminder to all of the panelists, the DCCC members, don't direct message the word stack to me. Message it to all the hosts and panelists. There we go. Okay, good. Now, okay. We got 3 so far. Okay. Yikes. Okay, we have 5. Okay, great. Hope you're all doing well otherwise. It's a lovely sunny day to be on a Zoom doing a 7-hour interview. But it has to be done and it's important, and I agree with Controller Cohen. Coach Elliott up here, when you're ready, I believe.
I think we are ready. High noon. Welcome, member Mahmoud. Obviously, I am your co-chair of for today's proceedings, along with Carrie Barnes and member Cedric Akbar will be taking the time. You'll have a 1-minute opening, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then time permitting, a 1-minute closing. So with that, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Michaela. Thank you all for having me today. My name is Bilal Mahmoud. I am running for District 5 Supervisor to return our district to the beacon of hope that it once was. I'm a child of immigrants and a renter in the Tenderloin. I grew up in the Bay Area, and the Tenderloin was actually San Francisco to my family. It's where we would visit when we visited the city, for the small businesses, for the food, for the community. It was kind of like our home away from home. But for the last 4 years, that dream has come at risk. Over 1,000 small businesses have closed in Hayes Valley, and the hate There are thousands of units of housing that are being opposed and a double-digit increase in overdoses. It's time for new leadership, and leadership that is rooted in community, for results and not excuses, where we focus on solutions and consensus building, not ideology and division. I have a decade of getting results in my professional experience, from the Obama administration, where I supported small businesses, to setting up a fund in the pandemic to support workers get a guaranteed income to pay their rent. I have gotten results in the public and the private sector, and I will continue to get results on the district's biggest challenges, from housing to safety to transit. Look forward to sharing more about my plans to create a safe and vibrant and inclusive District 5.
Great, thank you very much. Why don't we just start with a general question, talking about what you think the biggest issues facing your district are, and how, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, you can actually effectuate that change, like what you can do in that regard, in that role.
Absolutely. I firmly believe that some of the three biggest challenges in District 5 and broadly in our city are housing, public safety, and the economy. On housing is the number one issue in the district. It affects homelessness. It affects the ability for our children to be able to stay here. It affects the ability for our workers to work here and create a vibrant economy in San Francisco. And the problem with housing in San Francisco is that we are the slowest city to build in the entire state, and we need to make that faster to execute. The problem, I've analyzed this and published it in different reports as well. The problem that we have with housing is that we have too many permits, too many fees, and too many meetings and obstructioning that are making it extremely difficult to build housing in San Francisco. That doesn't just make it difficult to build affordable housing, but also middle income and market rate housing as well. And that's where I want to focus on, is streamlining our permitting process, cutting the number of impact fees, and ensuring that we can make us much more faster and have parallel processing in our city as well of permits. The second is our fentanyl crisis. I live and rent in the Tenderloin. I walk by the open air drug market every night. And this affects not just the community and the people who are suffering on our streets, but it affects the families and the children that are living in San Francisco and in the Tenderloin as well. And I've advocated for a drug market intervention policy, which is a policy that was developed during the Obama administration, has been endorsed by Supervisor Dorsey as a plan, and criminal justice reform advocates as well, because it has a three-point component of ensuring that we both arrest fentanyl dealers, but also provide a path to recovery for those that are on the streets, but also workforce development for those who are coming out of prison to make sure they don't enter back into the trade. And then third is the economy. We need to think really big about how do we revitalize our downtown. The Tenderloin is proximitous to downtown as well. And what happens in the financial district, what happens in North Beach and Nob Hill, all the surrounding areas around the Tenderloin affects District 5, affects the Tenderloin as well. And I've been advocating for bold solutions like bringing a university campus into downtown San Francisco. We already house one of the universities with UC Law in the Tenderloin. We need to expand those kind of investments for student housing and bring more students to activate our neighborhoods and ensure that, combined with public safety, we're able to recover both our small businesses as well as our downtown economy.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'm going to move straight. You have so many people who want to ask you questions. So I'm going to move straight to Member Ho.
Thank you.
And just to mention that Vice Chair Barnes has given her time for the other members. So
thank you.
Member
Thank
Ho.
you, Chair. Thank you. Member Mahmood, back to my favorite topic, public safety. In your district, fentanyl is just painful. 811 people died of fentanyl overdoses last year. What do you see as the best solution to help curb that crisis, and what will you do as supervisor?
Absolutely. Like I mentioned, the fentanyl crisis affects this district the most, and if we don't solve it in District 5, it's going to continue to spread into other parts of the city as well. So we have to tackle it here first. And unfortunately, over the last several years, there's been a double-digit increase in overdoses, and even in the last year, there's been a 7% increase in drug overdoses in the Tenderloin, while there has been a 7% decrease citywide. And so we drastically need different approaches. I've advocated for a drug market intervention strategy to arrest fentanyl dealers and close an open air drug market. It is the only policy in the United States that has actually successfully ended open air drug markets. It was executed during the Obama administration, has worked effectively in High Point, North Carolina. It has worked effectively in Nashville, Tennessee. It is being piloted in the fentanyl market today in Kensington, Philadelphia, but we now need to bring it to San Francisco. And it works in 3 steps. The first is you have to incapacitate the drug market. We actually have some successful foundation of programs in San Francisco already with the Drug Market Agency Coordination Center, which is an interagency task force that has been set up by the mayor's office, sheriff, police, DPH, and multiple other divisions as well. And it has actually increased the streamlining of effective ability, getting these departments to talk to each other. The problem is that it is not fully funded. It is still entirely based on overtime. And so on the Board of Supervisors, I will act to ensure that we fully fund DMAC and ensure that we continue this interagency task force in perpetuity. Second, we have to deter future drug dealers from coming in. A critical component of the drug market intervention strategy is that you provide prevention measures so that people, as they exit the trade, they stay out of the trade. So when people leave prison, you have anti-recidivism work to provide workforce development to ensure that they stay out of the trade as well, and provide that pathway from getting the drug dealers back into the system. Third is you have to have long-term prevention, and that involves beat patrol officers. In the Tenderloin, there are almost 0 to none beat patrol officers today. In District 5, in talking to so many different communities, only Hayes Valley has had a significant increase in beat patrol officers, and they're all in overtime. And so we need to ensure that the beat patrol officers walking day and night to ensure that our communities feel safe and feel secure walking in our parks, walking in our streets, and that our families and our children can actually walk in the streets as well to ensure that the drug dealers don't come back as well. It is that 3-point plan that has worked in other cities across the country. It is the only drug market intervention strategy that has worked in the United States, and that is what I'm advocating to bring forward to San Francisco as well.
Great, thank you. Chair Tung.
Thank you, Chair Alioto-Pierre. Member Mahmood, I want to ask you again a question about the Tenderloin because I think that's most on people's minds, particularly when it comes to D5. You've described what you would do about interventions with the open air drug markets, but I'd like to know what, as supervisor, you would do to support the children of the Tenderloin, the elderly in the Tenderloin, people who are disabled, because the Tenderloin is very concentrated in those very vulnerable groups and populations. And while this drug market intervention is happening, they will still be living under these conditions, which are, in my mind, really disgraceful that the Tenderloin has been in this condition for such a long time.
Absolutely. And I think one of the first things that I want to state and acknowledge is that the Tenderloin has been treated like a containment zone for too long. As supervisor, I will end the treatment of the Tenderloin as a containment zone. It cannot be a dumping ground for the city's challenges and city's problems because the 3,500 children and families that live here are the ones that have to deal with them. We need to treat these challenges like a citywide issue and address these from a holistic approach. Second is to ensure safety of children and families here in the Tenderloin. It does go back to what I've heard so much from the community is they miss having beat patrol officers. The Yemeni community that is here has said there used to be a Yemeni beat patrol officer who spoke their language, who knew their culture, who knew how to ensure safety, and they felt comfortable working with them. He doesn't work in the Tenderloin anymore. We need cultural competency from our police staff. We need cultural competency from our city hall to ensure that we actually have people who represent the community that can actually speak their language, understand the community needs. I would actually be the first Muslim American elected to the Board of Supervisors as well. And understanding the heavily component population of the Muslim American population in the Tenderloin, having that bridge of representation is the first step towards that. Third is we need to ensure one of the thriving components of District 5, what the children and the families love about our neighborhood, what I love about the neighborhood are the restaurants and the small businesses, as well as the transit and the parks. And right now, people don't feel safe in the parks, especially at night. And so having beat patrol officers throughout the neighborhood, having community relations, having community ambassadors, ensure that people can walk into their small businesses and their restaurants and feel like they can actually be comfortable there. That is how we ensure that the children and the families there are protected and ensure that we revitalize the neighborhood for the long term.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahmood. You have a 1-minute closing now.
Thank you again for the opportunity to meet today. I'll close with a note that As we talked about during this interview, a lot is at stake in the race for District 5. It is both the geographic and the spiritual heart of our city. And we have some of the best restaurants, the most innovative housing modalities and transit developments. But we also host some of the city's biggest challenges, from our opioid crises to our housing crises. And we really need bold action to address these crises. I'm the only candidate to promote evidence-based solutions like we talked about for the drug market intervention strategy, or a Built for Zero plan, which has actually addressed chronic homelessness in 14 US cities across the country. These are solutions that have actually ended opioid markets, actually solved homeless crises in cities across the country. And I have the experience in both the public and the private sector to deliver results on these proposals in San Francisco. But more importantly, to actually deliver results, we need to bring people together. And at a time when our city is so divided, we need to focus on consensus and not ideology. And that's why I'm honored to have the support of labor unions, our attorney general, the state senator, who don't always agree, but they agree on our candidacy for District 5.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us this afternoon. And
Sorry,
we look.
Chair
Yes.
Elliott up here. Is it
Yes.
possible? I know there were a number of members on staff for
Yes.
Member Mahmood. Is it possible for us to extend the time to be able to ask these additional questions? Just because there's so many members, I think it's important for members to be able to ask their questions. I know we're short on time today, but is it possible to extend for a few more minutes?
We are very short on time. You are absolutely right that we have a lot of people. Then we had Gupta, and then Emron, and then San Girardi, and then you, Mr. Galata, and then Supervisor Avalos. And so, yes, we do have a lot of people, but I'm sorry, we can't extend the interview without extending it for everyone. And Supervisor Preston is here, is going to be here in a few minutes for his interview at 12:15. So I think we need to stop it there. But obviously, the conversations can continue with Mr. Mahmood. He's certainly around as a member of the DCCC as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude this interview. Thank you very much for joining us. And we will have Supervisor Preston here within a couple of minutes.
Thank you, everyone.
Now I can promote him up, and Member Mahmood, I'm also gonna, you're gonna be removed and back to attendee status per our FAQ rule about DCCC members being in the same interview block. Okay. Up next, Supervisor Preston should be getting bumped up momentarily as a panelist. There you are, Supervisor Preston. Good to have you here. Let me pin you to the screen. And we are about 90 seconds early on this one. But Coach Charlie will appear when you're ready. His block begins at 12:15.
I mean, we can begin now and start the clock now, correct, Executive Director?
Yes, it's your schedule,
Yeah.
your rules.
All right.
But you
Okay.
communicate that to the timekeeper.
Hi there, Supervisor Preston. Thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to see you. My name is Michaela Alioto-Pierre. I am one of your co-chairs for the Endorsement Committee, along with Vice Chair Carrie Barnes. Member Akbar will be taking time today. The format is pretty straightforward. You get 1 minute of an opening, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then time permitting 1 minute of an opening, of a closing. It seems to have been working out where everybody's gotten their close, so I don't foresee that disappearing. But with that, if you are ready to go, we will start the clock, and you have the floor. Thank you for joining us today.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And yes, ready to start. So my name's Dean Preston. Good to see you all. I'm a public school parent and everyday Muni rider, a tenant lawyer, and a 28-year resident of District 5. I currently have the honor of serving as a District 5 supervisor. I've been elected twice in my district, most recently in 2020 when I won by a double-digit margin, and have been doing exactly what I was elected to do. I've saved tens of thousands of San Franciscans from eviction, housed homeless families and taxed the ultra rich to fund social housing. Also worked with the Department of Public Health to create the city's first overdose prevention plan, filled vacant storefronts in our neighborhoods, and brought community ambassadors to all neighborhoods in my district. I am a lifelong Democrat, and my work is fully consistent with the stated values of the Democratic Party. Proud to be endorsed by the SF Labor Council, the Tenants Union, Affordable Housing Alliance, dozens of other organizations, and hope to have your support and really looking forward to your questions. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm going to just move straight to the members' questions because there are a lot.
Actually,
the first, I'm sorry. Yes, Vice Chair, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I would. I'm fine for you to cede yours, but I would
No,
love.
go ahead, Carrie.
I've actually, Supervisor Preston, never talked to you before, so welcome. And I'm going to take a page from Malia Cohen's book and ask you a specific question is, tell us why you should keep your job respectfully.
Well, as I mentioned, I've been in office 4 years, elected by a wide margin, have been very consistent in doing on the Board of Supervisors what I promised to do, despite the fact of 3 months after I took office, moving into a shelter in place and city closure. And, I think that we delivered on and have been delivering on a lot of the priorities. So taxed the ultra wealthy to generate over hundreds of millions of dollars for social housing, banned evictions, kept tens of thousands of people housed. Like I mentioned, brought community ambassadors to every district, every neighborhood of the district. I think we've been a very hands-on office, extremely responsive to constituents, and importantly, really centering the needs of low-income and working-class people in our district, folks who are often ignored in the halls of power. And I think even folks who I may have disagreements with around some of what our solutions are. I don't think anyone questions that at the center of our work has always been the plight of public housing residents, the plight of vulnerable residents in our district, in the Fillmore, in the Tenderloin. We take an equity lens to our work and actually really do that in every vote I cast. So I'm proud of the work that we've done and intend to continue that work if I'm reelected. And I think it's often hard in a 1-minute soundbite, to kind of go into the extensive nature of our work. It's one of the good things about campaigns is it forces us all to kind of assess all our votes. And I feel like we've had a very productive 4 years, but there's still a lot left to do.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Hasib Emran.
Yes, thank you, co-chair. And good afternoon to you now, Supervisor Preston. I wanted to focus my question on this issue of illegal fencing happening in the mid-market area. So every day there's stolen goods that are being sold on the streets of San Francisco. These fencing rings fuel retail theft. They create a dangerous environment on our streets that lead to stabbing and shootings, and sadly push legitimate vendors out of spaces where they have been working for years and provide for their families. So if you do have a second term as a supervisor, what steps would you take to dismantle illegal fencing operations that create chaos in District 5?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I appreciate that your question centers some of the violent conflicts that have resulted, because I really think that needs to be at the center of what we're prioritizing and responding to. We've put forward a number of ways to address that. One is I think it's unconscionable that our city's street violence intervention program, which has been successful in other neighborhoods, including Bayview, including the Fillmore, has never been fully deployed in the Tenderloin. I think we need to be looking specifically at violence in the streets of the Tenderloin, which is what we have prioritized dealing with. I think when it comes to fencing, there's really a range of folks operating. There's the more professionalized and problematic fencing that's occurring. I think it's important that we're not, dealing with every, hot dog vendor or person selling something on the street with the same brush as what's clearly organized retail theft and fencing. So I think that is important in our response. I would say I don't agree that there's like chaos across District 5 on the streets. I think that in fact our district has many neighborhoods that have really bounced back since the pandemic. Every neighborhood that I have represented for the full 4 years is experiencing a very strong recovery. Japantown, the lower Hayes Valley. I've represented the Tenderloin for 2 years, and the reality is we have decades of the Tenderloin being treated as a containment zone with serious problems. I think we've improved some conditions in the Tenderloin, but there's a lot more work to do. But I don't think it would be accurate to say that across District 5 that there's out of control street vending all over the district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Coles.
Yeah, hi, Supervisor Preston. I heard you say in your opening remarks that your values are consistent with the values of the Democratic Party. I'd like to drill down on that for a minute. This DCCC has passed 2 public safety related resolutions. In the first, we said that public safety is a fundamental right. And in the second, we said people who commit crimes should be held accountable. So my question is, do you support the San Francisco Democratic Party's position that fentanyl dealers should be arrested and prosecuted?
Thanks for the question. So first off, I don't know. I have not reviewed the 2 resolutions, so I can't comment on those. The way you've described them sound consistent with my views. I think I have drawn a very distinct line between those who are drug users and those who are dealing. I think that a law enforcement response to those who are dealing drugs is absolutely appropriate. Where I've been critical is that alone does not address in a meaningful way the issues of rampant drug dealing and violence on our streets. And so that's a lot of times that has been taken out of context to say, well, I don't think anyone should be arrested or prosecuted. That's not the case. I just think we need to be realistic that decades of US policy has shown that just running around busting street level dealers is not going to meaningfully change a situation of open air drug markets and of associated violence. I do draw a very bright line around what I think has been a huge mistake that is ruining lives and is totally counterproductive, and that is the arrest and prosecution of people for the use of drugs. I think that we are criminalizing addiction. It is a huge step backwards, and I think that should be a bright line. It is just, it does not help, and it is actually making things worse. It's not connecting people to treatment. It is causing intergenerational harm and harm that is disproportionately targeted at those who are Black and brown in our community.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Good to see you, Supervisor. Lately, I've been really taken aback by the quality of leadership in San Francisco. I have also been really impressed with how hard your office has worked on the many issues affecting your district, especially affordable housing planning and development. Could you summarize for us your work on affordable housing development, and how would the obstacles that you have faced be different under different leadership in San Francisco?
Yeah, I thank you for the question. Starting with Prop I, which we put on the ballot basically months after I took office, which taxed the ultra wealthy, has generated over $300 million intended for social housing and rent relief. We've been of the view, and I strongly believe, that we need to be ramping up and really scaling up our affordable housing in San Francisco in ways that we are barely doing. This is, for 20 years, I've been a tenant rights and affordable housing advocate. This has been my life's work. And it's unfortunate in San Francisco that it's become such a fight on these things. I feel like we have successfully gotten hundreds of millions allocated to things like land trusts and site acquisitions and development of affordable housing. But what's been missing, and I hope will change either if this mayor's reelected with a new term or with a new mayor, it is like this shouldn't be a fight every step of the way. And I think that's what's been frustrating in my position as someone leading a lot of the board efforts to create affordable housing. We should not have, we should be able to come together, put this in our budgets, and be strategizing how to scale up to really make housing a human right in San Francisco. And that's been my priority, and I've been very clear on that. So I've gotten a lot of criticism for the fact that I don't prioritize the market rate housing as much. I don't stand in the way of it either. And to be honest, there's a caricature of our office. But I have made very clear that my priority is housing for low income and working class people in San Francisco. And I think we've delivered quite a bit on that front. There's way more we could do if we had public bank, a mayor who was working with us on these efforts and really could scale up. But that's the goal. That's what we need to do.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Preston. So now with that, the Q&A session part of the conversation is over, and I'd like to give you a 1-minute conclusionary remarks. And thank you for joining us today.
All right, thanks for the question. So I was elected to be an independent voice at City Hall to deliver results, and that is exactly what we have done. A new city report shows that our rent relief work alone saved 20,000 San Franciscans from losing their homes. I think we're at a defining moment in our country, and I believe it's important that the Democratic Party step up to confront racism, classism, sexism, xenophobia, and hate, and offer a positive vision for our future. That is the work I have been doing while in office and intend to continue to do. I am very proud to be endorsed by the San Francisco Labor Council, the California Nurses, Teachers, California Working Families Party, the Rose Pack Democratic Club, Harvey Milk Club, Tenants Union, Affordable Housing Alliance, Community Tenants Association, Tenderloin Chinese Rights Association, SF Rising, SF Black Firefighters Association, Small Business Forward, Evolve California, IFPTE, SEIU 1021, Local 87, Laborers Local 261, Unite Here Local 2, Teamsters Joint Council 7, Elevator Constructors Local 8, NUHW SEIU 2015, Transport Workers Local 250A, Committee of Interns and Residents, SEIU, Bernie Sanders, and countless other local elected officials and community leaders, and would be honored to have your support as well. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I have moved Supervisor Preston back to attendee block. We are now coming up towards.
Bobak, before
Go ahead,
we,
yeah.
I just want to point out to everybody, and it has a lot to do with just some people who were scheduled whose time slots we had to remove. So we're going to have a 35-minute break until 1 o'clock. And then we're going to do District 7. There are only 2 candidates that we're hearing from in District 7. So it's going to be kind of quick. And then we're going to have another 30-minute break before District 9. And then, yeah. So I just wanted to kind of give people that heads up.
Yeah. So logistically, what this means for everybody here is that I'm not going to stop this webinar. I need the full recording to be in one file. So turn off your screen, go get lunch. We reconvene, and I will make sure that Mr. Boschetto and Supervisor Melgar are ready to go for their respective slots. I will text them. But we reconvene for the D7 block starting at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, folks, just a heads up, a 5-minute warning. We're going to get started with the next block of interviews at 1 o'clock. We do have Mr. Bischetto with us, but I will promote him up 1 minute prior. Enjoy whatever lunch you're enjoying, and we'll resume momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and promote Mr. Bischetto into the panelist box so that he can talk to us. And I am pinning him to the window now so that you can all see him as a featured panelist. It's 12:59. When you're ready to go, start us. I believe, Carrie, you're driving this block, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Barnes, my apologies. Go ahead. Or when you're ready, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Welcome. We're now moved into District 7 and would love to hear from the candidates. Just a quick review on format. The first, there'll be a 10-minute time block, a 1-minute intro where you can sort of make your pitch, 8 minutes of Q&A, and then 1 minute of wrap up. So with that reminder, although people who ask questions, please keep your member questions to 45 seconds. So with that, Matt Bischetto, if you could please have the floor and do your 1-minute pitch.
Great. Thank you so much. So I'm Matt Bischetto. I'm a fourth generation San Franciscan, a small business owner, and a husband and father of three. And you know, I got a great reminder of why I'm running today. I haven't had a lot of time to run during this race because obviously I'm running in another way, but ran up Twin Peaks, you know, up Clarendon, up Twin Peaks, and I come around that first turn of Twin Peaks and I start to see the tips of the buildings. And as the whole downtown came into view, just the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, because no matter the division, you know, no matter the conflicts we have or the issues we have as a city, this is the greatest city on earth. And I believe the greatest democratic city in the United States. You know, so it's really with that love that I stepped into that. And I truly want to promote San Francisco priorities and the San Franciscan ideals, you know, not just here in the greatest democratic city, but across the United States. So happy to answer any questions, but that's why I'm running. And I think I represent not only my district, but San Francisco and democratic principles very well. Thank you.
Wonderfully concise. Thank you. I will start with the first question then. The West Side that you represent has really been relatively immune to building more housing. And I'd love to hear from you on what type of housing you would support if elected and how you would promote the agenda to support the housing element.
Yes, absolutely. I think in San Francisco, I mean, housing is a national issue. It's a priority that I think we should be prioritizing on every single level, certainly in San Francisco, where we lacked any building for a very long time. I am extremely pro-housing. I focus more on the market dynamics as a District 7 supervisor than the upzoning map. And that's really just because I think the upzoning map has brought, you know, it just brought a lot of fear around housing development in District 7. And I know we do need to have hard conversations with the people in District 7. And I would have been willing to do that. And I would have been willing to work with the upzoning the way it was, but I think I would have executed it a lot different. I would have had those hard conversations first. I would have went to Ingleside Terrace, Lakeside HOA, and sat down and said, hey, look, we need to be doing this. And this is why we need to be doing this. And also let people know about how this would phase in just naturally with market dynamics. And I think, you know, if that reach out and that community process was really done first, those hard conversations were had up front, I think we would see a lot more progress and we'd actually maybe be running with the map as it was originally proposed. But now we see a lot of conflict on the issue. And so my main priority of as a District 7 supervisor is bringing District 7 into the new world, you know, having us develop in District 7 in a way that has community support. And we just saw the Stonestown development get approved, 3,500 units there. We have Park Merced that we should get off the ground. That's another, you know, almost 5,000 units there. And then we have Balboa Reservoir breaking down. So it's clear District 7 can build a lot of units with community support. And I plan to continue that work.
Thank you. I apologize for not introducing my co-chair, Michaela Alioto, and our timekeeper, Lanier, I believe. Okay, welcome. Michaela, do you have a question?
Thanks. Hi, Matt. Nice to see you.
See you.
Welcome. So just, you know, real quick, being my question real quick. If elected supervisor, what would you know, what do you think, what are the biggest issues in District 7 and how would you go about implementing change to help your community?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think public safety is just top of mind for people in District 7. It is the #1 priority here. And I think, you know, focusing on both the issues in the district and on the West Side, which really comes from lack of staffing and lack of being able to patrol the neighborhoods effectively and provide a deterrent to crime. You know, but that's still a citywide issue as well. So I think, you know, to do that, I'd really look towards supporting my captains as much as I can, trying to draw more resources and giving more resources to other places that right now need too many resources, right? You know, focusing on staffing, focusing on force multipliers, all these things I think can create a bigger deterrent. And I think in District 7, being such a neighborhood-focused district, we do need to focus on revitalizing neighborhood watches. So I'd be a huge proponent of working with the different neighborhoods to create neighborhood organizations that can help our police, support our police, and help bridge the gap why we continue to restaff. Second, as I just mentioned, I think we need to find a way for District 7 not to be warring over housing and transit issues. These are California Dem priorities. And, you know, District 7 is at war about these things. And I wholly prioritize a transit first policy and a housing first policy. But I think in District 7, it's tricky, and we need to know somebody who can balance, you know, the people. We need somebody in the seat who can balance, you know, the different characters in the district and sort of thread the needle and have those hard conversations and do it in a balanced process. I do think, you know, we want things to move forward quickly at this time, especially on the things we need progress on. But being a neighborhood focused neighborhood, you really have to have a community process in District 7. So I really want to try to really execute that with the goal of trying to find true progress on the CA Dem values that District 7 needs to catch up on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to Chair Tung's question.
Good afternoon. Hi, Matt. How are you?
Hi, Nancy.
I wanted to ask you about something that was somewhat controversial. There was a family of 4 that was tragically killed in West Portal, and then a flurry of comments around redesign of that intersection. I want to know where you landed on that and what you would have changed, or if you agree with what was proposed.
Yeah. So, you know, I agree with the compromise that has been reached. And my real criticism of what happened at West Portal was the process in which we reached that compromise. I think if we did not just announce the changes, I don't think you would have had a reaction from the merchants like that. And I think we probably would have ended up in the same result if we started there. So, you know, I am for prioritizing pedestrian safety. I do wonder why, you know, we focus on West Portal. I drive every day on Taraval, down Taraval to take my kids to martial arts. And on Taraval and Funston, there's no stop sign. And Herbert Hoover gets out every day, and you have teenagers walking across that intersection, and it's another tragedy waiting to happen. Ask anybody who lives around there, go talk to the merchants there. And so I really want to focus on pedestrian safety and prioritize that. But I think, you know, I think what happened in West Portal is we used that tragedy as a opportunity to try to forward something that we've wanted to see in West Portal for a long time. And I think the way that it was sort of just presented caused a lot of opposition on it, right? And so that's something that I could have worked with. You know, if people wanted to see that changes, I absolutely would have worked with that. I just would have gone about it in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second person is Emron.
Thank you, Co-Chair Barnes. So I'll be really quick here. I wanted to focus my question on public education in San Francisco, and specifically what the city needs to do. District 7 does have quite a few population of young people. So what this city of San Francisco needs to do to close the achievement gap, improve math and reading proficiencies, and make sure that no child is left behind in San Francisco. So everyone that lives in the city, grows up in the city, has a chance to stay here, get a good job, and live a full life.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Like, look, I think you talk about these ideals that San Francisco have had, right? That no child left behind. You know, you also think about the lottery system, moving kids around. Like, that's all for good aspirational goals, and we should keep trying to reach them. I think what's happened is trying to go after these goals while undermining education outcomes. So I think we need to, you know, pursue these goals while just keeping in mind that the goal of the USD, the school district, is to provide the best education it can for our kids. And so I think while, you know, we certainly cannot dump No Child Left Behind, but we also, you know, need to give as much opportunity to as many of the kids as we can. We want to see our kids shine in San Francisco. So I think, again, not abandoning those ideals, but make sure we keep learning outcomes just as important as those is what we need to do. And furthermore, I think, you know, we need to have more accountability as to the mistakes that the USD has made. Financial accountability. There is a roadmap there. The state has provided us a roadmap to fix the USD, and we just need the political will to execute it and get in shape. And I think if we can do that and focus on learning outcomes, we're going to increase attendance again. I think we lost a lot due to the pandemic. That was handled very poorly. But I feel very hopeful that, you know, the next board members, we have so many good board members running, that we will have the political will to effectively manage the USD and you know, add in sort of that component that's been missing the last, you know, 5 years.
Matt, you have less than 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay. I'll be real quick. Look, I know I'm a first-time candidate. I know, you know, it's a lot for first-time candidate win, but we're doing great. I've maxed out my matching funds. I maxed out my budget. I will run a very viable, robust campaign. We're knocking on thousands of doors. And I think I am a good Democrat, and I think I am a Democrat that represents this district better than the current leadership. So I really would just hope, you guys give that choice to my constituents and let them pick the Democrat they want to have in this seat. So that's my spiel. Thank you so much. Very thankful to be here with you all and happy to meet or talk with you at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove back to attendee from Mr. Piscetto. We have up next on your calendar that you've given me, we have Supervisor Milgar. Supervisor Milgar is indeed in the attendee box. So I'm going to go ahead. Well, we're a little early. I will defer to you, co-chairs Barnes and Alioto here, if you want to start early. I know you have another bit of a block of time for buffer because of a candidate who couldn't make the interview. So I'll promote Myrna to panelist right now, but whether you choose to start now or choose to start in 3 minutes is your call.
Okay.
And then
Hi, I'm ready if you guys are. It's up to you. If you want to take a little break, that's okay with me too.
Thank you. No, well, with your consent, we can start a couple minutes
I'll
early.
do
I'm sort of a stickler for keeping the schedule, but welcome. So we are still on District 7 candidate interviews. Just to give you a quick overview on how it's going to be run. We'll invite you to do your 1-minute opening, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then 1-minute conclusion. Vice Chair Alioto Pierre is running, co-chair is running the endorsement committee with me, and Lanier is keeping time. So with that, Supervisor Melgar, you have the floor, and you can 1-minute statement.
Thank you so much. So I am Myrna Melgar. I'm the current District 7 supervisor. I am running for re-election and would be honored and proud to have the San Francisco Democratic Party's endorsement. I have built a strong legislative record, which includes Free Muni for Youth, the very successful commercial corridor graffiti abatement program, the creation of the Department of Early Childhood, the Family Housing Opportunity Act, and the redevelopment of the Stonestown Mall. In my work, I have prioritized increasing housing opportunities, safety for our residents, improving transportation, reducing our carbon footprint, and improving the quality of life on the West Side, particularly today and for future generations. During my time on the board, I have been a supervisor who works collaboratively, respectfully, thoughtfully with my colleagues and the mayor. I think I have the best staff at City Hall. If I am reelected, I will continue to work hard for District 7, for the West Side in our city, and I ask for your sole endorsement.
Fabulous. Thank you. I'm going to ask a question similar to the one I just asked, sort of similar to Dean Preston. Well, it came up in our conversation that affordable housing, as you know, West Side has been lagging other parts of the city and building more housing. Do you believe that there is a structural impediment at City Hall or otherwise getting in the way of building more affordable housing? And if so, what is it?
I do. I think that we need more capacity to build affordable housing. And what I mean is we have a Mayor's Office of Housing, which is a small organization within the Mayor's Office that does financing of affordable housing. I think instead we could have what New York has, which is a Department of Housing Development and Preservation, which runs the entire gamut of the housing need, from support for homeless families to home ownership for middle income folks. I think if we had a better system to fund, finance, develop, redevelop affordable housing, and create new programs, we would have more affordable housing.
Thank you. Michaela, do you have a question?
Hello, Supervisor. Welcome. You do have a fabulous staff.
Yes.
I will agree with you on that one. So just in general, you have been a supervisor for the last 4 years. I would love to know what you think your really great accomplishments have been, And if you were to continue for another 4 years, what you hope to achieve within that period, particularly as related to District 7.
Thank you so much. So I listed some of my legislative accomplishments in my openings. I didn't get to say one of the things that I'm most proud of is the Love Our Neighborhoods legislation that I wrote, which makes it easier and less bureaucratic for neighbors to put together their little libraries and the benches and all of those things that people do with love for their neighborhoods, and we as a city bureaucracy get in the way. So I think that is one of the things that I'm very proud of. In the future, one of the things that I have not yet finished to do is legislation around cooperatively owned housing. And that's particularly important for District 7 because we've always been a homeownership district. And those opportunities are very few and far between. And for the next generation, finding ways to make home ownership sustainable, affordable is one of my top priorities.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So we'll move to Cedric Akbar, Member Akbar.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Melgar. How are you today?
Hi, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Hi. My question is, in harm reduction, in this movement, this harm reduction movement, which the Department of Public Health have brought themselves solely into, which is kill more Black people, kill more people than the police has ever killed. And my question is, why do you continue to support this movement in a city where people are continuing to die?
Thank you for the question. You know, there is harm reduction as a tool, and then there's a movement, as you described it. It's all of the organizations and the political push towards it. That is not a movement that I've been a part of. But I do think that harm reduction has a lot of evidence in working for some people. That being said, I don't think it is the only path. And I think that in a city as diverse as ours, we need to look at what works, what doesn't work, and be able to redirect our resources for making sure that it works for the most people. There is no question in looking at the evidence that African Americans in our city have been the most impacted from the fentanyl crisis. And there's no question that what we're doing is not working. So I am all for trying new things and also addressing what the community says that it needs. So I'm all for that.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll move to, well, wonderful, meaning thank you for answering. We'll move here to Member Coles. You have a question?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, Supervisor Melgar. I want to start by saying that I do believe people should be given grace to change their opinion as they have new perspectives and new data. With that, there are two positions you've taken, and I'd love to hear your latest thinking on those. First is in 2020, in an endorsement questionnaire, you supported disbanding SFPD and having the police officers reapply. And then secondly, you have been publicly opposed to the idea of the sanctuary city carve out for undocumented immigrants who are convicted of dealing fentanyl. And I'd like to hear your current thinking on those two positions. Thank you.
Yes. Sure. In 2020, we were asked about our opinions about police reform. That was what that question was about. What I answered it, I was thinking about the specific configuration of the Department of Public Safety of the city of Sunnyvale, which has both a police department and a fire department combined, and folks rotate through. And I was saying that because we were not yet at the point where we had implemented the 272 recommendations of the Department of Justice in the police. So 4 years makes a big difference. This police department, and particularly this chief, has proven that all of those reform things that we tasked the police department with could be operationalized. And I'm very proud of the work that they have done. So I do not think that there is a need to reform the organization structurally because they've proven that they can do it. So that is my answer for number one. For number two, I'm sorry, remind me again what you asked me about. The sanctuary city.
Immigrants,
Yeah.
undocumented immigrants who are arrested and convicted of dealing fentanyl in San Francisco.
So let me say that for me, the sanctuary city policy is a yes or no. If we water it down, we risk just losing the concept of it. And I tell you why I support it. I think that immigrants to this country are much more likely to be victims of crime than perpetrators on the whole. And I think for communities, for example, if you are a victim of domestic violence and your partner is doing something that they shouldn't, you are much more likely to not reach out, go to the police and seek solace if you think that your entire family's legal status is at risk. If you're a child who is being abused at home, you are less likely to go to your teacher and say, hey, I need help, if you think your whole family is at risk. So because of that, it's law enforcement that has always supported our sanctuary policy, and watering it down, to me, risks the trust that has been built between immigrant communities and law enforcement. And I hope that we can keep it that way.
We have to, there's one. Okay, great. We have time for one more question before we move you, Supervisor Melgar, to concluding statement.
Thank you, Co-Chair Barnes.
And that is Samra. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Just so in the good afternoon, Supervisor. I'll jump right into my question. How should the city address the situation of families living in RVs around Stonestown and Lake Merced, and in making sure that there's a safe transition to permanent housing?
Thank you for the question. So I am happy to report that the city has been able to house 38 families from those vehicles living in RVs into permanent housing with vouchers. Now, there's still more left on the street and more coming every day, which is why I do think that we need to have enforcement, because we cannot have a permanent, unauthorized encampment on our public streets. It is unsafe for the people who are living there and for the people who are using the street. That being said, I think that we have seen a rise in people living in cars and vehicles, and we need desperately a safe, supportive housing site where people can park and have services, including transitioning into permanent housing and other services that they need. I have asked the administration to make this happen. We don't quite have the right department doing it, but I will keep working on it, because I think we need it, not just on the west side, but for the entire city.
Wonderful.
I appreciate the update. Thank you.
You can wrap up now, Supervisor Melgar.
Okay, thank you so much, Co-Chair Barnes. We are living in really difficult and polarizing times in our democracy, in our country, also in our city. I am a bridge builder who listens and builds consensus. We need to find ways to come together and to make progress on our most vexing issues. And I have proven that I am that kind of supervisor. I have been a Democrat my entire adult life. I've worked to register Democrats, particularly youth, women, and Latinos, and I have voted in every single election since I became a citizen of this country in 1995. Before being elected supervisor, I spent decades as a city commissioner working for then Mayor Gavin Newsom. My family came to San Francisco when I was a kid during the 80s, during the Civil War. And this city gave us refuge from violence and an opportunity for my sisters and I to thrive. I've raised 3 daughters in District 7, and I'm going to work hard to ensure that they and everybody who wants to can stay in San Francisco. So again, I ask for your sole endorsement. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay, I was just thinking out loud to myself. I think that was the first candidate who asked for the sole endorsement. I don't remember anyone actually asking. So anyway, thank you. You are going to now be moved by Bobak out of the panel. Appreciate your attendance.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. We are going to adjourn until 2 o'clock, I believe. Apologies.
Not adjourn. We're not adjourning.
So sorry for adjourn. We're going to take a breath until 2 o'clock, where we
call
are
that recessing.
Recess. Thank you, everyone. We will see everyone back at 2 o'clock, where we're going to then talk to D9 and then 11. So thank you.
For anyone that didn't catch the back half of that, Carrie, Co-Chair Barnes said we're going to recess until 2 p.m. when the D9 block will start, and we will then hear from candidates starting at 2 p.m.
And then also, Bobak, I just think it's important for everybody to know that when we start at 2, we'll have 2 candidates, and then we'll have a 15-minute break, and then again, and then we're looking at a straight shot with the remainder, with the remaining 6 candidates and no break, just so everybody can sort of prepare for that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, members, it's 1:58 p.m. I'm going to begin to bring us back so that we can get started right at 2 with the block of candidates for the D9 block. Housekeeping note, both candidate and member Chandler is up first. Once Mr. Chandler is done with his interview, he's going to be promoted back down to attendee block status per the FAQ note about candidates not being panelists for their the supervisor block section if they're running in the same race for. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and promote Trevor up. Make sure you got your video on and everything. And as a reminder to the members of the DCCC, type the word stack in the chat to add yourself to the stack if you would like to get queued up to get called on by the co-chairs. With that, I will pin Mr. Chandler to the video so that everyone can see him on the kind of same level as our co-chairs and timekeeper. And when you are ready, I forget who is leading this round. It is...
that would be me.
It is member Alioto Pierre. All right. When you are ready, member Alioto Pierre. I know we're 60 seconds early, but...
Yes, that's fine. Hold on for 2 seconds. So did John, is yours? Yeah, okay, great. All right, perfect. All right, let us begin. Hello, Trevor. Nice to see you. Welcome to the interviews for the 2024 election cycle here in San Francisco. I'm your co-chair, Michaela Alioto Pierre. I'm joined by our other co-chair, Vice Chair Carrie Barnes, and Linear Coles will be doing the time. As I think you know, you'll start off with a 1-minute a 1-minute statement, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then you'll be able to end with a 1-minute conclusion. And so with that, welcome, and your time will start as soon as you do. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to my colleagues on the committee. This is a long day for you, so thank you. I'll keep it short. I decided to run for the Board of Supervisors because City Hall is broken, and we needed someone with an outside perspective who isn't going to accept the status quo as an answer. I have knocked on more doors, made more phone calls, and I'm pretty confident recruited more volunteers than any other candidate in this race. We have created a grassroots juggernaut. I actually have folks on the doors right now, and I will be joining them right after I get off of this call. And I have the best poll of D9 sentiment that you could possibly have, which is talking to over 6,000 voters. The number one issue is safety. Folks want the basics done right. We are a progressive city, and San Francisco hasn't got any less progressive. What we want is a city that works. And I bring the perspective as an outsider that can help make that happen. So really excited to answer your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Trevor. So let's start with a general basic question, which is the why you want to run. We would really love to know, particularly as it affects District 9, but what do you think are the most important issues in your district? And what would you do as a member of the Board of Supervisors to effectuate change and to actually get them done?
100%. And this is a very unique race and just election season in that the consistency of what people are talking about is remarkable, not just in District 9 in the neighborhoods, but across the city. I can tell you in Portola, in Bernal, and in Mission, safety is the number1 issue. Folks want an accountable, responsive, and fully staffed police department. And that's why from the very beginning, I've been very consistent. From the very beginning, our very first debate at El Rio, I have been the top candidate calling for an accountable, responsive, and fully staffed police department, especially in neighborhoods like Portola that have gotten neglected for so long. It's on the edge of 2 different police districts and doesn't get the coverage that the other neighborhoods do across the city. And so and a lot of folks don't realize that Portola has the second highest rate of commercial burglaries in the city, second only to the Tenderloin. You would never guess that if you looked at the news. And so what I want to do is make sure that we are focusing on increasing the quality of life for all San Franciscans. If you go to the very first community meeting I went to as a candidate in the Mission was at the Presbyterian Church. A majority monolingual Spanish speakers, to a T, all of them said, we do not feel safe. We are coming home from our jobs at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. We used to feel safe. We do not anymore. We want a larger police presence in our neighborhoods. Same in Bernal Heights. I've knocked on almost every single door in Bernal Heights just a few years ago. It was rare to talk to anyone in Bernal Heights and have a firsthand story of crime or even a secondhand story of crime. And now almost every single person I talk to either has a firsthand or secondhand experience, especially of property crime, breaking into cars, breaking into garages. And obviously we've had the spate of arsons just a few months ago. And so safety and safe and clean streets are consistently what are brought up in my conversations with voters. And so I have a couple of solutions that I've mentioned. First is an accountable, responsive, and fully staffed police department. But as I've said on the doors before, a fully staffed police department is not going to solve all of San Francisco's problems, but we can't solve all of San Francisco's problems without a fully staffed police department. We need our medical professionals, our crisis intervention teams, of which we have about 8, none of whom would talk to each other, working on one roof, under one roof. So we don't have someone with a gun going into a mental health crisis, but we do have the capacity with a fully staffed department to support those folks that are dealing with our crisis intervention teams. And so when I talk about common sense, I talk about getting the basics done right. In short, it's about we keep doing what does work and we stop doing what doesn't work. Too often yes, so thank you.
That's great, thank you. So I'd like to have Vice Chair Carrie Barnes ask her question.
Thank you. Hi, Trevor. The Mission District has a unique set of challenges that is in District 9, of course. Affordability crisis for families, health disparities to start. What in your experience will inform ability to help meet this challenge?
Yes, 100%. The disparities are real and the systemic challenges that have persisted for decades are real. And I've demonstrated a very unique focus on these. The Governor Newsom appointed me to the California State Board of Pharmacy. And one of the things I have been pushing for the hardest on there with the support of Senator Wiener is access to PEP and PrEP. We have seen an unconscionable rise, especially within the Latino community, of a rise in HIV/AIDS. And what this is telling me is that it is a failure on our part, both as a city and as a health provider, that we are not providing culturally competent resources to make sure we are getting anti-HIV, anti-AIDS medication out there to both treat and prevent. And so in addition to housing, the D9 has a remarkable history of being a leader on affordable housing, and we need to continue being that leader. We need to also enforce neighborhood preference to ensure that when there is market rate housing built, that if the affordable units aren't built within those units, that they are built in the direct vicinity. So we are fighting gentrification while we are addressing our housing crisis. And so I believe in making sure that we are being culturally competent and ensuring that we are addressing the very real needs of the mission. And I'm really encouraged by the support that I've had for my plan so far.
Great, thank you, Trevor. Member Avalos.
Thank you. I put my question in the chat. It's interesting, Member Chandler, that you would say that you're an outsider. It's been reported that as a Republican student, you had campaigned for John McCain against Barack Obama, that you had worked for the American Israeli Political Action Committee supporting a foreign power, and you have recently spoken in favor of the continued destruction of the people of Gaza against over 60% of the Democrats across the country who actually believe the ceasefire should happen, upsetting thousands of local residents. Last month, you refused to attend a candidate forum led by the Latinx community. How can you claim to represent democratic values and the local residents of District 9 when you are such an outsider?
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought this up because it is going to provide just a really good parallel to the politics that I'm trying to bring versus the politics that are being thrown my way. And it's a really good chance to highlight that. First and foremost, Member Avalos, are you on the camera? I did want to make sure you're hearing my answer. There
I'm
you
looking
are.
right at you.
Excellent. Excellent. So I am very proud to be doing very important work on the Sexual Assault and Harassment Committee for the DCCC. And I made the reasons for not attending that debate very, very clear. It's not because of any disrespect for the Latino community. In fact, my outreach continues, and I've reached out directly to most of the event sponsors of that debate for the very, very serious reasons I declined it. And we knew when we were starting this committee that inevitably it would result in partisan attacks, that it would result in mudslinging. But I am incredibly proud to be serving under the leadership of Chairwoman Ho, who has led this committee with dignity and the seriousness that it deserves, in spite of the really partisan and uncalled for attacks that we've been under. And I think it speaks volumes that we are actually getting something done that the previous DCCC said they would, but never did. So I'm very proud of the stance I took on that debate. And I've also made very clear that as supervisor, my focus is going to be on the streets of the mission, not the Middle East. There are some candidates in this race that are going to talk a lot about the Middle East, and that's their prerogative. I'm focused on making sure the quality of life of the folks in the mission, in the Bernal Heights, on San Bruno Avenue, that I'm focused on their concerns. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to highlight kind of the distinction in politics that I'm bringing as an outsider to bring some change to our political dialogue.
Thank you, Trevor. And our last question will be by Member Ho.
Thank you. So the District 9 is a super interesting and diverse community. Just you were talking about the Portola, just there
We are
alone.
going to have to make it very quick.
Okay. Thank you. A lot of monolingual Spanish speakers in Portola, as well as a lot of monolingual Chinese speakers in Portola. How do you intend to build the coalitions necessary to create the change we need to see across the city's ideological spectrum?
I love that question, and I actually go door to door with a translator in the Portola to make sure I have a conversation with every single voter. I think I'm the only person that does that for both the Spanish and the monolingual Cantonese, my community. My website is fully translated into all three languages, and my literature is also fully translated and provides opportunities for that. So there's so much we have in common if we work together and don't allow the divisive politics of ideology that have really permeated this district's politics for so long. And I'm committed to being that bridge builder.
Great. Thank you, Trevor. So now you have a 1-minute recap or conclusion. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. I'm proud to be a strong Democrat. And, I expected the questions that we had here. I was proud to be an elected delegate for President Obama to renominate him. And I also expected the same attacks that we see all the time. One of the reasons I got into this race is because I have a thick skin. I worked on marriage equality across the country. I worked on 7 marriage equality campaigns in some of the most homophobic, nasty places, and going door to door, talking about everything you're not supposed to talk about, sex, religion, and politics. I'm used to having tough conversations, and I'm used to having them and not shutting out the other person. And that's the type of coalition building that I'm going to bring if I'm fortunate enough to be elected to the Board of Supervisors. I'm on what I call Team Reasonable, and we put together a broad coalition of folks who identify as progressive, moderate, and everything in between. And we may not agree on everything, but we agree that City Hall is broken. But we are not going to get the change we need by electing the same kind of people endorsed by the same kind of incumbents, endorsed by the same kind of broken politics that have led us to where we are today. So I'm incredibly grateful to have answered some of your questions here and to have been able to provide that contrast. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very, very much. Nice to have you here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. I am going to be promoting Mr. Chandler back down to attendee. And although he's a member of the DCCC, he will not be promoted back to a panelist until the D11 block. Thank you. Moving to my chat bar here. We do have a couple of minutes until Ms. Fielder joins us as our next interview block. I don't see her in the attendee list yet to get promoted, but presume she will momentarily. Until then, I'll have a few moments of respite.
Let me ask a question. The questionnaires, are they posted on the Central Committee website?
Yes.
They are, and I can drop the link for you and the public. Actually, I'll share it with everybody right now.
Thank you.
For those who are in the chat, not just the panelists chat, but everyone, you will just now see a link to sfdemocrats.org, the somewhat long URL afterwards. I apologize for that. But if you click on that, you will see a page that I put up with all of the filled out questionnaires of those who applied for and had a questionnaire accepted, Democrats who are seeking the party's endorsement. I encourage you to read them all. And thank you again to the Endorsements Committee for working to pull that together and get it finalized and get it out to the candidates and back. All right, I'm still looking for Ms. Fielder, and I don't see her yet, so I'm going to text her campaign manager one more time. Well, the good news is that this is why co-chairs Barnes and Alioto-Pierre created Buffer. So we're waiting. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. Here she is. Ms. Fielder, you have been promoted to panelist. You have been, you are now pinned to the main area. Co-chair Alioto-Pierre, when you are ready.
Great. Ms. Fielder, hi, welcome to the interviews for the 2024 November elections here in San Francisco. We're happy that you could join us. I am Vice Chair Michaela Alioto-Pierre, joined here by Vice Chair, Vice Chair, I am co-chair of this committee. Carrie is Vice Chair. So joined with Carrie and also with Lanier Coles, who will be doing our time. The format's pretty simple. You will have 1 minute of opening, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute closing. And so the clock will start when you start talking, and the floor is yours.
Cool. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Jackie Fielder. I'm a mission renter, longtime climate advocate, muni writer, former SF state educator where I taught race, fluent, and class. I've been organizing for a public bank here in San Francisco for quite some time. I used to be on the LAFCO Commission where we oversaw Clean Power SF and was able to negotiate with SFPC for hundreds of thousands of dollars in studies for a green bank, for green energy storage, challenges with decommissioning natural gas. But I am proud to be a candidate for District 9. I love this community, lived here for the better part of 7 years in the mission as a renter, running on investing in affordable housing, community safety that's actually effective, filling our vacant storefronts, and housing 2,300 homeless SFUSD students. lots more to talk about, and I'm sure you have great questions for me, so I'm eager to answer them.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much. So we're going to start with just a real general one. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, what would be your main priorities for your district? What do you think the biggest problems are in District 9 that you'd really like to grapple with? And how would you go about effectuating change for your district specifically?
Yeah, so one big issue is our vendors. As you probably all know, we've had a vending ban around Mission Street, 24th Street, 16th Street, BART plazas. Certainly not perfect, but I think it's better than how it was. And at the same time, I've had many conversations with vendors who have been longstanding in the community, upwards of 20 years, who have lost their livelihoods. And so one of my priorities is working with them, with CBOs in the community, public works employees, SFPD, to come up with a plan to expand on hopefully the successful pilot where they brought back the vendors in a very organized fashion. So that's one of the big priorities. Another one is housing 2,300 homeless SFUSD students, many of which are in our community. We have an influx of many immigrant families that are sleeping in bus shelters, playgrounds, that are turned away because shelter system is just not for our families. And, you know, schools like Buena Vista Horace Mann, who have actually set up a shelter in their own school, but have had to turn families away because they're full up. So making sure that our immigrant families have legal counseling. There's been no new funding for legal counseling, despite an influx of people seeking asylum here in the city. And I would love to see that, because then people can actually get to work and they really want to work. Another priority is investing in affordable housing. There's a project in our many projects in our district that are struggling with, have been approved, but are struggling with financing. And so I would love to be able to find some federal funding. I was very happy to see the announcement about fair cloth to RAD funds and our city pursuing eligibility for that. Would love to see our city invest in the 43,000 units of affordable housing that we're supposed to meet for our arena goals.
Great, thank you. I'd like to ask Vice Chair Barnes to ask her question.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you for being here. Larceny is still pretty high in the Mission District, and I'm wondering, in terms of sort of meeting head on the challenges of D9, do you support a fully staffed police department utilizing tools like drones and technology?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a role for technology, for example, traffic enforcement and speeding drivers, but I supported Peskin's ban on facial recognition technology. I think in general, we need to use law enforcement resources more effectively and have officers responding to violent crimes and real emergencies. I think the way that we do that is by investing in, street crisis response teams for people who are experiencing mental health crises and not putting really anyone at threat. Investing in community ambassadors that are able to connect people to services, treatment, housing. That way our officers are freed up to respond to those true emergencies. And in general, we have every single part of our public safety system is understaffed. We need more than a fully staffed police department. We need to invest in thousands of mental health beds. Otherwise, we're cycling people through the emergency room. Our jails are pretty full up as well. And yeah, so I think it's a better use of law enforcement resources too.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Ho.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Fielder. I am curious, did you support Prop G to bring back algebra to middle school?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do you believe that that District 9, let's talk about policing right now and safety, security and safety. Do you think that District 9 has enough police on the streets, or can you talk a little bit about your feelings on crime in District 9?
Yeah, as a woman, public safety is always at the front of my mind when I'm walking through the streets. I think that I just looked at the numbers yesterday, and it seems that there's a much bigger priority, and this is throughout the city, for people, for law enforcement officers to be patrolling rather than on walking the beat. And I've only ever seen 2 police walking the beat. That was last month. I'd never seen any other cops walking the beat, which is what most people want. And the numbers, according to SFPD in January of this year, is that there's about 90, a low 90s number of officers throughout the whole department at the mission station that are assigned to patrol, and only 9 that are assigned to walking the beat. I hear from people all the time that they want to see officers engaging with the community. We do have the Retired Officers Ambassador Program, but I've never really seen them outside of Valencia on a Friday evening, and that's fine. But I think there are other communities in the district that would like to see them engaged in the community, building relationships, and going back to a more community policing model.
Okay, so other than community policing specifically, like, do you have any thoughts on the police commission and the way that the police commission has dealt with some of the issues that we have here in San Francisco? And do you have any thoughts on technology and the use of technology for fighting crime?
Yeah, like I said, I support the cameras and that helping with traffic enforcement. In general, I think there's a balance to protecting people's civil liberties. I wasn't for Proppy. Most of my district wasn't either. It was the Standard that actually reported that car chases, there's something like a 40% rate of collisions already. This was before Proppy. And they already had discretion to be able to go on pursuits. So I also want to balance with people's rights for their civil liberties.
Okay, all right, great. Members, are there any other questions for Ms. Fielder? Have there been, do you have a stand on just general car safety? That can be in the mission in particular, that can become an issue. Like, do your constituents talk to you about the need for different types of traffic accommodations for families who are walking around the neighborhoods? Or is that something that ever comes up in conversations in the mission?
Oh, definitely. Even around where I live, we have several intersections that are some of the most unsafe in the whole city. We're talking pedestrians, we're talking cyclists, which is why I support expanding bike lanes in our districts. I support completing the 17th Street bike lane to run across the district. And I also support certainly reforming to the best extent possible the Valencia bike lane, but certainly not going backward to the past where we don't have one.
Right,
people talk all the time.
Great, thank you. And then with that, a 1-minute conclusion would be great.
Cool. Well, thank you all so much for your questions. I appreciated all of them, and hope to work with you all in the future. You can read more about my platforms at jackie4sf.com. I have platforms on public safety, homelessness, overdose, mental health, many more coming soon. Also public transportation. Again, I'm a renter. I am proud to live in this community, and thank you all for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Bye-bye. All right. So where did Bobak go?
Go ahead.
I can't All right, so we will have Roberto Hernandez at 2:55, so we have a little bit of a break. And then after Roberto, we will have Stephen John Torres at 3:10. And then we'll start District 11 at 3:25, just to give you all a little idea. Okay?
Thanks for being here with us today.
All right, members, we are at 2:53 p.m. We are expecting Mr. Hernandez any moment now. I did just get a text from a volunteer on his campaign who said he is on his way. So I'm waiting for that to translate into finding him in the attendee block. As a housekeeping reminder for everybody, because I could not get the Facebook connection to work, I will be downloading this video the hard way, uploading it to Facebook the hard way, and then posting it on our website as well. So that'll just take a little bit of delay with downloads and uploads, but once that is done, you'll be able to see this posted on the party's website at sfdemocrats.org on the elections tab. Thank you. Now, if we can... just check in one more time. And right on time is Mr. Hernandez. He is now promoted to panelist. I will pin him to the correct window. Add pin. And without further ado, I believe we are continuing with co-chair Alioto Pierre leading for the D9 block. So without further ado, when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Bobak. Welcome, Roberto. How are you? Nice to have you here with us. Hi.
Hi.
So I am your co-chair for this event, Michaela Alioto Pierre, and I'm joined by my other co-chair, Vice Chair Carrie Barnes, and Lanier Coles. Member Lanier Coles will be our timekeeper this afternoon. You will have 10 minutes, start to finish. The first minute will be a short introduction of yourself. The next 8 minutes will be a Q&A. And then the last minute will be a wrap up that you can give to conclude. So the timer will start as soon as you start. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Hernandez. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here today. I was born and raised in the Mission District in D9, and I have lived my entire life serving my community as a young man. I was trained by the United Farm Workers, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, and the power of organizing to create positive change. And that's where I learned a lot of my skills. And, you know, and those skill sets I've been able to utilize throughout the years in my lifetime of being of service to my community. I turned the annual Carnival San Francisco into a global cultural celebration that has delivered millions of dollars to our local economy and has taught our children about culture. I started the Mission Food Hub during the pandemic, providing over 9,000 families with food and rental assistance, vaccine testing, and vaccines. I developed a public safety violence prevention program at Roadmap to Peace and Rapp High School. We stopped thousands of evictions and built 1,400 units of affordable housing with our mission, No Eviction. And I've been supporting our local businesses as members of the Mission Merchants Association for the past 10 years. And I would love to have your support.
Great. So Roberto, do you mind putting your camera just down a little lower so we can see your hand? There we go. Hi. So the first question we've been starting off with is a pretty basic one. Why do you want to be the supervisor in District 9? What do you think are the most important issues right now facing your district? And how can you effectuate change? How can you get those things done and accomplished?
Well, first of all, I love San Francisco. I was born and raised here, and it really hurts me to what our city's going through. And I know we can heal our city. And in our particular district, I have spoken to over 1,000 people, And the first issue that comes up is safety. And so I really feel that three things that we can do immediately. We can expand the ambassador program that was already established and have that especially in District 9. Second of all is to start a senior escort program where we're taking our seniors, picking them up when they need to go to the doctor, take them to buy groceries, take them on a picnic one day to Golden Gate Park or Pier 39, or have them go eat in Chinatown, or have them a taco, on Taco Tuesday in the Mission, And third of all is to have monitors who are parents that we get hired to be in our schools to keep our children safe. The second issue that's become very, is housing. As you all know, the Mission has had the highest number of people that have been evicted. And during the pandemic, it got worse. And so we need to really build affordable housing for everybody, from the janitor to, firefighters, to people in our community. Build housing for all income levels.
Great. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Barnes, would you like to ask your question?
Yes. Hi, Roberto. I just wanted to, you mentioned public safety, community ambassadors. I just wanted to ask a little further. Would you support a fully staffed police department and the use of technology like drones and cameras to
Yes.
confront the challenge?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that was quick. I don't know, Michaela, if you want to open it up.
Would you, yeah, did you want to elaborate on your question, Carrie?
Oh, no, he answered
Okay.
it. I think the question is,
great.
did Roberto
Yeah.
want to elaborate?
Chair Tung.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Roberto. Nice to see you.
Hi.
So your activism and your organizing in the Mission District is legendary. I mean, we all know you as the mayor of the Mission, and I appreciate that that you have such a deep history with such an important part of District 9. So there are parts of District 9 that are outside of the Mission, and the Portola is also a very important district. And I want to know what your plans are and what you have done in order to reach out to the API community in your district as well.
So I actually have, during the pandemic, actually, we provided a lot of our Asian members of our community with food during the pandemic, and it was food that was appropriate for our community. One. Second of all, is I have walked door to door at every single business and met with each and everyone to learn from them what their issues are. And clearly it not only them, but a lot of elders that I have met with to learn from them. I've learned that it's safety. They're all concerned about safety. And so that's the number one issue that I will focus on to make sure that all our residents within District 9, including Portla, is safe.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Hasib Imran. You're on mute. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chair. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Hernandez. You touched a little bit about it in your opening remarks. I wanted to talk about the issue of food insecurity in the Mission District specifically. 1 in 4 residents of San Francisco face food insecurity, and there's a new study out by UCSF just published a few days ago that states that food insecurity is a driving factor in a surge of liver disease for Latino children. So if elected supervisor, how would you ensure families have access to fresh groceries, including fruits and vegetables?
Urban farming. And we've already began with our Native American brothers and sisters to address how do we go back to growing food ourselves. A lot of Latino families, they know how to grow food. We are the farm workers, as you all know, throughout the state of California and the United States. So we know how to farm. We have a lot of land in San Francisco, whether it be at Golden Gate Park or many other pieces of property that are not being used, where we can actually grow our own food. Can you imagine in every school we took 15% of the schoolyard and taught children how to grow food. And then they go home and they teach with their parents in their backyards, start growing food. Can you imagine we start growing food on every rooftop possible in San Francisco? We can grow food here in San Francisco. It's about urban farming. It's about having a vision and having a plan over the next 3, 5, 10, 30 years.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. Member Akbar, and this will probably be the last question.
All right. How you doing, brother Roberto? Brother Said, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay,
brother.
so
Thank
my
you.
question, all right, my question is simple as this. What is it like being a candidate of color running in this city?
It's tough, but one of the things that clearly many years ago, when there were no people of color on the Board of Supervisors, we as a city decided to have district elections. And having been part of District 9 from the very beginning, I've seen the challenges a lot of my brothers and sisters who have ran have not won. And so I've taken those learning lessons from those who have not won and implementing, a new strategy so that we can win and be able to have the kind of representation that we need on the Board of Supervisors from our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. With that, we actually have about a minute and a half. If you'd like to give your closing or any other points that you would like to make.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for considering me and having me have the opportunity to talk to you today. I have for the past many years, as a parent raising 7 children here in San Francisco, and my oldest now getting ready to graduate soon from Mission High School and getting ready to go to college. I know the amount of time that it takes to be dedicated to be on the board. And that's why actually I waited so long, because I wanted to be a parent first. I wanted to be the soccer dad, the Uber dad, the cook, the PTA dad, and as a family man, and I kept that promise to my wife and my family, and I've done that. And I love my city. I love my community. And with all the work that I've done with every department in San Francisco, I have worked with every single one of them. And I know how they function. So I know that I can move in as a supervisor and start getting the work done and get the work done that's needed in our district immediately to solve our problems within our community.
There we go. Wonderful. Well, thank you so very much for joining us today. It was nice to have you here.
Have a beautiful, blessed day. Adios.
Adios.
All right. I have next on our docket, Mr. Torres. His campaign manager did text me and say that he is running slightly behind. And he could not log in early, so I could get him queued up right away. But he should be here right at 3:09, so just right before his slot begins. So we have a little bit of spare time before that starts. But we're still right on track according to your schedule, co-chairs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. His team just emailed me. He's getting on now. And here he is. All right, I've gone ahead and promoted Mr. Torres to panelist. He should be in the queue in one moment, and then I will pin his window to the main viewing area. There we go. All right. Add pin.
Great.
Mr.
Thank you, Bobak. Hi,
Yeah.
Mr. Torres. Can you hear us?
I sure can. Thank you so much for working with me. I had to jump thing to another.
Sure. Well, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I am your co-chair for today's interview. My name is Michaela Alioto-Peer, and we are joined by my other co-chair, Vice Chair Carrie Barnes, as well as different members of the DCCC, and member Lanier Coles will be taking the time today, so she will be your timekeeper. The way that this meeting will run, you will have a total of 10 minutes. The first minute will be an opening. The next 8 minutes will be Q&A. And then the last minute you will have to give us a concluding statement. So with that, the timer will start when you begin your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, DCCC. My name is Steven Torres. I am a candidate for District 9 Supervisor. As I've been sharing with a lot of folks recently, I just celebrated 25 years of having moved to San Francisco this past Monday. And most of that time has been spent in District 9. It's been spent in District 9 as a renter, as a nightlife and hospitality worker, and I'm currently in one of the city's small sites programs buildings. I have fought and won 2 eviction battles. I know what it's like to have to work hard to make rent and to work in an industry where a lot of us are largely unrepresented. There is local 2, but they mostly cover hotel workers and folks that are in corporate stuff. But a lot of us are, get hired and fired with no reason, get injured, and a lot of us are undocumented. So I think a lot of this informs my candidacy, and I feel is reflective of a lot of residents in District 9, and that's why I'm doing it.
Great. Well, thank you very much. When looking at this race and at the possibility of being elected to the Board of Supervisors, what are the issues within the most important things that you'd like to see accomplished as a member of the board?
I think that, one of the things that I think that is disingenuous that community issues that we have a tendency to do in politics is compartmentalize them. And I think that in reality, a lot of the issues that we talk about, like public safety and housing and community strengthening, are all connected. A small business, economic development. And these are all connected and rooted in strengthening our community. I think that, you know, having, I was born in East LA in the late 70s. I know what a destabilized community, what it looks like and what can happen. And what happens is a vacuum gets created, a void gets created by which you do see crime skyrocket. You see people evicted, you see homelessness increase. And I think in order to really meet a lot of these challenges, of which I think, you know, are significant, public safety is a huge thing that people talk about and all the door knocking that I've been doing. But if people are also, they look at these issues also nuanced and they're interconnected as well, because they'll draw direct correlations. I don't have to say anything with the, you know, the lack of small businesses staying open on Mission Street or on San Bruno, or the fact that, you know, that a lot of that they've seen a lot of their neighbors get evicted. So I think that we have to be genuine to and honest about these things, and that is what I'm hoping to meet those challenges through strengthening our community and building upon the structures that we have that already do uplift our community. That's the thing, is that I think if you're really going to serve in this role, you have to acknowledge that so much of this is already being held by the community. So how are we going to support the community and find ways to?
Thank you. Vice Chair Barnes.
Hi, Stephen. Nice to meet you. There are many candidates running in this district, in District 9. And so why should the DCCC endorse you? Why should voters vote for you? And how are you uniquely qualified?
I feel that a lot of it lies in ways that I was highlighting before, and that I feel that my experience in District 9 is a shared experience and reflective of a lot of residents of District 9. And it's kind of in the same way, I would say, as my time on the Entertainment Commission. Part of the reason I went for that role, applied for that role, was because in the industry seat, it came to my knowledge that there really had never been anyone that was sitting in that seat that was not a decision maker, that did not own an interest in a nightlife venue. And I felt that it would, not to discount that perspective, but it would also benefit the work of the commission to have the perspective of someone who is simply a worker. I think in the same way, for district supervisor, again, not to discount the perspective that any other of the previous supervisors have brought, but I think it would be good to have a supervisor whose experience reflects that of much of the residents and constituency of District 9. And I think that that is what sets me apart.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chair Tung.
Do you mean Member Coles?
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Coles.
Yeah, hi, Stephen. In our endorsement questionnaire, in response to the question about what are your 3 biggest ideas to strengthen our economy, you had said, while it's important to reinvest in downtown, San Francisco is globally known for its communities, and we should prioritize investment in our communities. And yet the district that contributes the largest amount to our tax revenue has historically been the financial district in SoMa. So when we think about economic recovery, can you just elaborate on how you're thinking about deprioritizing economic opportunity or vitality in downtown versus the other communities?
Yeah, I don't think it's so much of a deprioritization. I just wanted to highlight that so much of that which makes San Francisco does lie in our communities collectively. And I don't think that I'm not saying that investment in downtown isn't important. It is. But we also need to funnel some of that investment towards our communities, towards our neighborhoods. And I feel that this is something that a lot of residents in District 9 share that sentiment. And we do have already, like I said, we have orgs and programs that are already holding so much of that, but they could use so much help and they just need that help. They need that support.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hasib.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Torres. My question to you is, do you support city enforced tent sweeps in District 9 and throughout San Francisco?
I don't think that sweeping in of itself is a solution. I think it literally, as it implies, only sweeps from the problem of homelessness from one district to another, and eventually from one municipality to another. So any implementation by which we are trying to get people off the street should be followed up by having a place for them to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Torres, let's talk a little bit about safety in the neighborhoods and and police and the idea of using technology. I mean, it's been brought up a couple of times in past interviews, and I'm curious to know what your feelings are in an area that does have to deal with with crime.
I think that, when it comes to public safety, one of the things that I feel we don't acknowledge, and I think a lot of law enforcement share this sentiment, is that the San Francisco Police Department is holding so much more than any one city department should hold. And the San Francisco Police Department is supposed to be our department of last resort. They are the enforcement of that which we look for in public safety, but public safety is also created by investment and strengthening of our communities. If we strengthen and invest in our communities and create programs that meet the needs and challenges of people experiencing homelessness, that are experiencing a lack of financial stability, of kids that are experiencing a lack of anything that's uplifting them, then I think that it will go a long way to meeting our public safety challenges, and quite frankly, of uplifting and supporting the San Francisco Police Department.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that. That actually concludes our Q&A. You have 1 minute to make concluding remarks.
I just want to say thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you've all given to me, also for being patient with the, chock-a-block that's happening today. Yeah, I just, thank you for considering me for this endorsement. The work of the Democratic Party has never been more important than it is right now. I think that we are all looking at things nationally with a great amount of trepidation, what this means for the future, especially for vulnerable communities. I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and I think that we're all deeply concerned, and I think this is shared by all of you, about the prospect of what may happen. And just as I'm sure you know, this is shared by residents as well. It's the first thing that comes up, is that how fortunate they feel to live in San Francisco, and how they're just deeply concerned for the future.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for being with us today. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Likewise. All right.
All the best.
Same. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. We do not have any buffer, but luckily we have a little bit of buffer baked in on all of these. But our next interview begins at 3:25 with Ms. Cheyenne Chen. And we are now moving into the last block of interviews, the D11 block of interviews that are scheduled for today. So I see that she is here. The chat.
Carrie's taking over.
Correct. See here, she's in the attendee block, so I'm going to go ahead and promote her to panelist and pin her screen. There we go. There we go. Okay. And now you are pinned to the screen. When you are ready, Co-Chair Barnes.
All right, here we go, D11. Welcome, Cheyenne. I'm co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, Carrie Barnes, and Michaela Alioto-Pierre is our other co-chair. Lanier is going to be our member. Coles will be doing our timekeeping. And just to give you a quick overview how it's structured, this interview for the DCCC, we'll have 1 minute for you to share, an introductory statement, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute wrap up. So without further ado, I'd love to invite you to give your 1 minute pitch to us.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you everyone who are present in this afternoon. My name is Cheyenne Chen, candidate for District 11 supervisors. So I am from China 24 years ago at age 15. To this country, I went to Galileo High School, then went on to college. And I'm now a mother with 2 daughters who are attending public schools. I have spent my last 24 years living in District 11. In my 20-ish years, I've been deeply rooted with community organizings and labor organizings. So I started at a young age with community nonprofits like Chinese CYC, Community Youth Center, CCC, Charity Cultural Centers, CPA, Chinese Progressive Association, which is, I'm very proud of, part of the program with PODER, which is a big cross-racial coalition building nonprofit that builds the future leaders, someone like me. So I'm very proud that to be a champion for our working families.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate for the 10 seconds remarks.
So for your first question, I recently read about the boldest piece of legislation that you would pursue if elected supervisor. I can remind you what it is if you need it, but I'd like to know, if elected, how you would implement that on day one.
Please remind me.
Earlier this month, you reported in Mission Local that you would plan to create free before and after school programs for all at schools and in community settings.
So I think it's really important, POP-C, when POP-C happened, nobody thought it was possible. So definitely before and after school program, it's really important for working family, someone like me who have the lived experiences every day. And it's, again, we have the highest population of kids under age 14 in the district. And then moms, oftentimes, I knock on many doors, moms like me is juggling with kids, sending kids to school and picking up kids. And again, some schools for instance, San Francisco Community School starts at 9:30 in the morning. So it is really impossible for a working family like myself, sending a kids to school if without any before school program. Some also schools, public school also close on Wednesday, like my kids' school at 12:30. It's 12:50, sorry. It is also very important that to make sure that we have after school program for our kids to bring equity into the education system. Again, I think building coalition is really important. Continue to have the support from a very diverse coalition to work for it, to make sure that we use some of the money in POP-C to continue to invest in funding a more equitable support system for families.
Thank you. Co-Chair Alioto, do you have a question?
Great. Thank you so much for being here, Cheyenne. I'm curious, Ocean Avenue has had some open storefronts and have some issues economically. And I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how to strengthen some of your neighborhood commercial districts in District 11 and ways of bringing a little more vitality.
Mm-hmm. So to me, I think it's really important that our small business corridor continue to serve the local residents, because this is how we continue to have resilience and also continue to have the vitality of bringing people in the community together. Now that you mentioned about Ocean Avenue, I think Ocean Avenue is shared by District 7. It is really important that we continue to across District 2 to make sure that we bring back the events on the street, block party. Also, I think it's really important to make sure that it's District 11 is such a strong working family class. We really need more footstep. So having really strong public transit that's safe, reliable, encouraging people to use public transit is another way to make sure that we have more foot traffic to the business corridor, not just Ocean Avenue, but also Mission business corridor. It's really important. And again, I think with more footstep, it's definitely going to increase more small business open and serving the needs of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Coles, you have a question?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Cheyenne. My
Hi.
question is about public safety. I believe approximately 60% of D11 voted in favor of the recall of Chesa Bodine. And I think you're on record as saying you don't recall how you personally voted, but you also are maybe generally opposed to recalls. Given the disconnect between your position on the recall of the former DA and your districts, what makes you think you're qualified to represent your voters' interest in improving public safety?
So again, I want to be very clear that I do not believe recalls. I didn't vote. I didn't believe in recalling Governor Newsom. I didn't believe in recalling Mayor Ely, or the intent to recall Mayor Ely. So I knock on so many doors already. I talk to so many people. I think community safety, to many of them, is making sure that we have safe public transit, we have housing, we have good jobs, we have opportunity for our kids. So I think this is really fundamentally that we have to educate and talk to more of our District 11 residents to create more communal spaces, to create more events that actually bringing people together. And I think it's also my commitment that to continue to understand the needs of our community. And I think in District 11, such a diverse population, it's really important to have language access. And I think I myself speak three languages, actually, Cantonese, Mandarin, and English. And with 55% API population in the district, and also with my big coalition support from like a group of people who speak Filipino and Latino. And then it's really important that we are actually having access and making sure that, you know, we have the language justice that is approaching to all the residents in District 11 and finding their needs and meeting their needs. And I think this is how we continue to bring people together, work with each other, and build a safer community together.
Thank you. Member Cohen?
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Malia. I served 8 years on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I represented the Southeast neighborhoods of Bayview, Potrero Hill, Visitation Valley, and Dogpatch neighborhoods, and have spent a total of 15 years just in elected public life. And oftentimes, I'm representing communities that of which I am not a member of. Now, one of the things that I find noticing and quite honestly troubling is that you don't have a very diverse list of endorsers. So I recognize that the list that you've listed on your statement may not be the full and complete list. I'm looking to hear who and where your African-American support is, particularly because in District 11, there is still a large bastion of African-American homeowners that have been longstanding members of the community. So please talk to me about either organizational support that you have or individual support that you have.
So I think I want to remind the Mission Local, so EJ Jones, which is another candidate, and I are working really closely together with finding strategy to continue to strengthen the District 11, especially the residents in OMI, and I do recognize that. And I also want to bring in that my long working history with coalitions buildings. So I am, I think I share that from previous debate that, you know, my first mentor was an African American, and ever since then,
the names. You just list the names of people.
List the name that who actually supported me.
Yes, please.
Okay, African American, Anita Wheeler. I am also in the process of talking to Supervisor Sophia Maxwell, and I also, again, I think my strategists continue to talk to the residents in District 11 and have a strategy with EJ Jones. And this is how we're going to continue to build coalition and bring people together.
Coalition building is important. Thank you.
I believe, yeah, we're ready to move on to our 1 minute conclusion, correct, Member Coles? Okay, Cheyenne, with that, would you wrap up in your conclusion? Thank you.
Yes. Again, I think with my conclusion, I will just continue to highlight, I'm a mother with 2 children. I live in an immigrant, multi-generation household. I'm a caregiver. I have 2 kids in the public school. Community safety is near and dear in my heart. And then I think I'm in the fight because I also want to make sure that our future generations continue to be invested, continue to have a voice, and continue to have the opportunity to chase their American dreams. And I also believe in District 11, such a very diverse community where we have to bring people together to work with people, to build coalition. And this is how we can continue to enhance the beauty of District 11 and continue to embrace the beauty of San Francisco, which is the very diverse community and city. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
Okay, well, this is the end, right? Thank you very much for your time, and you all have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I have next on your schedule, Co-Chair Barnes, Ms. Adlachisti, starting at 3:40. Luckily, Ms. Chisti is here and in the attendee box. So I'll promote her up now, but you can either give it a couple minutes of buffer or you can take her up early. Your call.
I'm fine to keep going if she agrees.
Let's wait for her to accept the promotion request. There we go. And she's now pinned to the main box. Ms. Chisti, it's your call. If you would like us to begin your slot a few minutes early, we can, or we can wait till right at 3:40.
No, we can start. Hi, everyone.
Okay, welcome. I am co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, Carrie Barnes, here with Michaela Alioto-Pierre, co-chair. And Lanier Coles, Member Coles, is going to help us keep track of time. In terms of format, we will invite you, Adla, to have 1 minute overview, and then 8 minutes of Q&A, and then a 1 minute wrap up. So with that, we'd love for you to take the floor and start your 1 minute opening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adla Chisti, and I'm running for District 11 Supervisor. I'm running because I think it's really important that we have a supervisor that is transparent, that is accountable, and that does not use being a supervisor as a stepping stone for their while they're in office to be in another office. I think it's really important that we have common sense and smart policy, and I think it's really important to have a supervisor that will do that. In terms of my background, I'm a single mom. I have a 2-year-old. I'm a in-home support services provider for my parents, and I'm a member of SCIU in 2015. And we also live in the same home my parents bought back in the 70s. And this is a really important piece of demographic. It's very representative of District 11, which is having a multi-generational home. And I think it's also in that same vein, it's really important that we have a supervisor that is representative of a majority of the people in that district. And with all of that, I've been an 8th grade science teacher and environmental planner for Caltrans. I went to all local schools in the district. I went to a high school called Lick Wilmerding, and I'm also a dispatcher. I'm post-certified Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Wonderful. Thank you. I will start with the first question. You recently shared that if elected, your boldest piece of legislation would be to champion universal child care funded by Prop C, which is gross receipts tax on commercial property. So I would like to hear how on day one you would go about implementing that.
Sure. I think it's really important to understand that District 11 has the highest 0 to 5 age group in the district. We have about 4,700 children, and which is really important. And it's an important piece of demographic of a lot of the folks who work multiple jobs. They have children, and they are taking care of loved ones as well. And on day one, for me, it's really important to have and ensure that Prop C money is allocated and dispersed quickly. I think a lot of programs are still waiting for Prop C funding, and I think having an efficient way of allocating this money to the programs, to schools, to early childhood education is really important, and ensuring that we have big Prop C go to after school programming as well, and making sure that we have support for our educators who are with the public school system. And so for me, the biggest on day one is going to be how do we get this money immediately to where it needs to go. So
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to, Michaela, your question, correct? You're next.
Thanks, Carrie. Thank you for being here today. It's nice to see you. I am curious what your thoughts are on, the neighborhood commercial districts in District 11. You have, Ocean Avenue, for example, which, as one of the other candidates mentioned, is also shared with District 7. But the real questions here are, how would you support economic regeneration in some of your neighborhood commercial districts? And is that a priority?
yeah, so I'm the only candidate so far who has publicly said that I support the mayor's legislation on business corridor density and housing for all. And I think it's important that we have and continue to support her vacant to vibrant pop-ups legislation and extend that to districts. And I think it's continued to support her first year free program for small businesses for the district as well. And we should also reevaluate and relook at vacancy taxes. And because, it was implemented back in 2021, I think, or 2020. And, we have not, there's an issue in the district where the vacancy tax is not working. And we need to look at why it's not working in order to ensure that the empty storefronts are being rented out. And I think it's really important that we have housing along Geneva, along Mission, and along Ocean Avenue so that we have vibrancy in the city. Vibrancy brings in clean streets, brings in safe streets as well. And it's all interconnected with housing, in my opinion, as well as having supportive programs like pop-ups and first year free programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chair Tung, I'd like to invite you to ask a question.
Thank you. Hi, Adla. Good afternoon. A couple of people have mentioned the high number of children that live in the district that are under 14. What are your plans to support working parents and also the educational needs of this very important population in D11?
So early childhood education is one of the most important. I think it's important. I have a background in education policy. I focused on 21st century learning and social emotional learning. And I've also worked on Kamala Harris's Senate campaign in 2016. I started off as an intern and made my way up as someone, as her policy and legislative person focused on education. And I think it's really important that we look at the whole child, right? From age 0, even when the parent is pregnant. And I also have been a client of the Home's prenatal services and a client of the Birth Companion Community Center, which provides free doulas. And it was then when I had my child as well that I was able to link up and have these services while I was pregnant and into the first year of having my child. And these are important programs that we should look at and continue to support, because it's very important that we look at the whole child and not just have funding and programming siloed for certain pieces of programming for early childhood education. I think it's really important that we look at the big picture, because the payoff is really important for economic stability in families as well. when we start early. I hope that
Thank you.
answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Emron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, Adla. So District 11 prides itself in being a blue collar district. It's a working class district, but unfortunately poverty and income inequality continue to be a pressing issue, where working class families are spending more than half of their income on rent. So if you were elected supervisor, how would you assist families who are struggling to make ends meet?
I think, the cost of living in San Francisco is very, very high. Right now, we have working class families who are living paycheck to paycheck. I think it's really important that we have preventative measures in the district. Mental health is one of them as well. I think it's important that we have support systems for working class families as well. I mean, one of the biggest things in the district is that we're 67% homeowners, and many of us actually have ADUs in our homes. And I think it's important to have both home ownership education, because some of these homes face probate. And if they face probate, they end up selling the property, which is losing the wealth from the families. And I think it's really important that we have education, home ownership education, in terms of how to have a trust into the home. That was something we've faced as a family as well. We had a lien on the house, and we put our house in a trust. We went through the steps, and I think it's important to have support legislation for ADUs, accessory dwelling units, in our district. And I think expanding that legislation, making it easier for families who are expanding to have ADUs in their homes. That was something that our family experienced as well as our family grew. We waited 5 years in order for us to even begin the process of having an ADU in our home. And I think these are the similar issues that a lot of the working class families in this district also face.
Thank you.
I think we can move to your 1 minute wrap up, right, Lanier? Yes, thank you, Adla.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you guys. I think, again, I'm going to just emphasize that it's really important that we have a supervisor that's not only from the district, but to have a supervisor that's resilient, and a supervisor that is going to be fearless, because those are some of the things that I will bring to the table. And I think it's really important that we have a supervisor that's going to be representative of the community, of the district, on many levels, not only as a mom, but as somebody who is, my parents started off street vendors and they made their way and owned their own small business. And I think having that kind of representation, having a voice, that kind of voice on the Board of Supervisors, it's really important. And I ask and I urge, the DCCC to consider a 1-2 endorsement as well for District 11. And I think we have, amazingly qualified candidates in the district race. And I think, but, for me, again, I think it's really important that we have a candidate that's going to be representative and accountable.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Good luck.
Go ahead and, oh, there you go. Sure, move yourself. I have next on your calendar I guess we're a little ahead of schedule. I have Ernest E.J. Jones. Mr. Jones is scheduled for 3:55, and his team did text me and said that he should be on a few minutes beforehand. So I'll just text them one more time and let them know that
If we
we're
wanted
ready.
to start early, we could. Yep. Although I like spending the day with all of you.
We'll remind members of the public watching, as well as everybody else on the committee, that we do have the questionnaires posted on the website, and there's a lot to read there. So I will share that link in the chat again. Grab it. Brew yourself some tea this evening and read up. Okay. I'm going to see where they're at. It's responded to me yet. All right, here we go. Mr. Jones just joined. I'm going to promote him to panelist. And then I'm going to pin him into the appropriate center pane.
Hi, EJ, welcome.
We're
Hey,
running
everyone, can you hear me?
it's ahead of schedule. We can hear you just fine. And
Okay.
without further ado, when when Vice Chair Barnes is ready, we will underway.
You okay to start a couple minutes early, EJ?
I'm ready when you are.
All right, let's go. Carrie Barnes, co-chair of the Endorsements Committee, along with Michaela Aliotta-Pierre. And Lanier is running our time clock for us, helping us. We're going to start with inviting you, EJ, to do a 1-minute opening statement, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then a minute of conclusion. And if a reminder, if people would like to ask questions, put it in the chat with Stack. So thank you, EJ, and if you'd like to get started.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Ernest E.J. Jones, running for San Francisco Board of Supervisors for District 11. Born and raised here in District 11 in Lakeview, OMI. Born to a working class family. I have an extensive background working in affordable housing, as well as spending some time in City Hall and providing direct services. So really running because I love this community, because I love San Francisco. And I feel that I have the lived and work experience to be ready on day one to make a difference. Excited to answer any questions that you may have, and hoping I can do that well for you today.
Thank you. Okay, so as we know, government intervention is needed when there's a policy problem. And I read that you recently, EJ, said that your boldest piece of legislation, if elected, would be to mandate locks on first floor windows. And so I'd love to hear how you would go about implementing that if elected D11 supervisor, and how you do that in day one.
Yeah, I think that was in response to something that had happened in the Mission District. We had and not for first floor, but for second floor. I think we had a young child fall out of a second story window. And that's something that we can easily prevent with simple legislation of having locks on windows. And that's something that I would work with our tenants unions, as well as our community members to support, as well as the other members of the Board of Supervisors to craft legislation that's fitting, but also doesn't hamper our landlords and our tenants from being able to live in a reasonably priced housing situation. I think it's a pretty simple step with pieces of legislation.
Thank you. Michaela, do you have a question?
Hi, EJ. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
My question is really around economic revitalization within D11, around areas such as Ocean Avenue, different parts of D11. What are your thoughts on revitalizing those neighborhoods and bringing some of our neighborhood commercial districts back with a bang?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the top priorities of this campaign. We definitely want vibrant commercial corridors, and I think the way that we do that is to, one, create a strategic marketing plan that is beneficial to all of our storefront owners, that really leverages the use of technology and social media and social media influencers to really let people know that District 11 has great places to dine, great places to hang out, and really utilizing that. But it's also making sure that the businesses that are currently there have the supports that they need to remain open. One of the things that I heard from a business owner when I had a conversation with them is that just the cleanliness of the streets in District 11 is a deterrent for some businesses, for some new businesses to open. And some of those new businesses could actually drive foot traffic. Another thing that I think could be very beneficial for our commercial corridors is continuing to support things like night markets, things like farmers markets, things like cultural events that bring people from all over the city and bring them to District 11. So I'm truly supportive of innovative ideas, and You know, I've been a champion of block parties here in the neighborhood. We just had the Excelsior block party. We're having another block party over in the OMI on the 27th. So those types of things drive foot traffic to our commercial corridors. And I think that's going to be important in the revitalization of our economy here.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you both. Chair Tung.
Hi, I have a small child guest appearing today. EJ, thanks for being here this afternoon. I understand that you were a ledge aide for Supervisor Safai in District 11, and that's where a lot of your experience comes from. I wanted to put you on the spot a little bit and ask you, what is something that you think that Supervisor Safai did not do well when you worked for him, and how would you do it differently?
I think that's a great question, and I've been fortunate enough to have to answer it a few times throughout this throughout this process. You know, I say this often, and John's here, so I've also said it to him. I think that Asha and John were both very good at serving parts of our community. I think that they worked very well with certain organizations and certain members of the community. But for me, being rooted here in this community, I know the importance of being able to work with every single community member and every single community group. So I've pledged to make sure that we have an open door policy in this office for each community group, no matter whether they supported your campaign or not. And I think that that's going to be crucial for District 11, because as the forgotten side of the district, we can't afford to leave anyone out of the conversations when we're making decisions about this district. And it's going to be really important to keep solidarity between communities cross-culturally, intergenerationally, and across the 280 freeway. So I'm excited to do that and make sure that I build the bridges necessary to move District 11 in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
John can punch me later.
It wasn't too specific, so I think that's okay. They should be fine. John Avalos, I think you're next.
Thank you. I have a very similar question, and we'll give you a chance to kind of stretch out on it, EJ. So we have some really great candidates with deep roots in the southern neighborhoods of San Francisco who are running in District 11, yourself included. D11 may be one of the most diverse parts of San Francisco. And how is your campaign building bridges with other campaigns for District 11 supervisor, and to what end?
Yeah. You know, I think that District 11 is unique, and I just had this opportunity to share this with some other folks. When you look at the makeup of District 11, when you have every race, religion, creed, gender identity across the entire district, and people are living in harmony. And that's not something that's new to District 11. This is something that has been a part of the fabric and the culture of this district for a long time. So when you look at the organizations that are here, when you look at even the candidates that are in this race, we have people that are representative of so many different backgrounds. And one of the things that I've said to each and every candidate is that I am prepared to, no matter what happens in this race, I'm prepared to work to make sure that we're able to bridge the gap. In April, we actually held an amazing lunch with seniors of Asian descent, as well as African-American seniors here in our district. And it was simply just a meal to make sure that those two communities had an opportunity to build the bridges and just to get to know each other, recognizing that our foods aren't that different. And once you get down to the nitty-gritty of food, you realize that once there's so many commonalities, and being able to share a conversation through translators was really important. So, you know, I've had conversations with numerous folks in the campaign, as well as Cheyenne Chan here in the campaign, about how we can make sure that our two communities who share so many of the same values and wanting to have safe, clean streets, wanting to have affordable housing, wanting to have economic corridors to be able to walk and shop on. And I've had those conversations with all of the candidates, but I just think that it's important to highlight that solidarity across the board, because oftentimes so many of our communities are pitted against each other, and that's not really something that either of us stand for.
Thank you. Member Coles, last question.
Hi, EJ, I'm Lanier. My question is about education. The Board of Education recall was as high as 65% in your district, and you've come out publicly saying that you were opposed to that recall. How will you convince voters in D11 who have a very high proportion of children relative to other districts that you are going to be child-centered when it comes to advocating for public education?
Thank you. I think that's actually a very fair question. I didn't necessarily oppose the recall because of the fact that, whatever the factors were. For me, it was truly about a feeling that recalls cost a lot of money. And I think we all saw the looming budget deficit. And in order to convince the folks in this district, I think they've seen that I have a proven track record of not only serving children, but also serving our school system. I have a proven track record of working with folks who are in the childcare space as well as the after school space. I have a proven track record of working with SF Board of Education members to provide resources for our schools. I have a proven track record of working with UESF to provide retention plans for our teachers. So, I think going back to what I've said over and over again, my time here, my experience has really is really the proof in the pudding, and that's something that I can stand on. I think that members of this community understand that. When you look around this neighborhood, I have more signs and windows than any other candidate, and that's because people know me and people understand my impact on this community and on the families of this community. So, I can stand with that.
Thanks. Thank you. I believe now we're given time, ready for your concluding statement, EJ.
All right. Well, as I said, I'm excited to be here with you, and I thank you for the opportunity to sit in front of you today. When we talk about this district and when we talk about District 11, I've spent the most time doing the work here in this neighborhood. I can tell you that I've picked up more trash than anyone. I've worked on more affordable housing projects than anyone, and I'm the only person with experience actually working on legislation in City Hall. I kid not when I say that I've spent my entire life here, so I have connections to this community that are deeper than any other candidate in this race. So again, I'm going to lean on the fact that I will be ready on day one. This lived experience as well as my professional experience makes me prepared. No one has had to live through the violence of the Lakeview OMI and talk to parents when their children have been a victim of that. And these are real issues in our community still. So as a person that's running in this race, I'm really doing this for community. I'm really doing this for San Francisco. I can stand on that. And I'm happy to represent this neighborhood. And I'll be ready to work no matter what, November 5th and 6th of this year. So I look forward to having your support with that.
Thank you, EJ. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you all.
EJ.
All
Nice
right.
to
Have a good one. All right. Have a good one.
I think we're just about ready to move to our last interview of the day.
That is correct. Your last scheduled interview is at 4:10, and we're again a few minutes ahead of schedule. Your last scheduled interview is with, again, fellow DCCC member Michael Lai. I'm going to promote him to panelist now. If Finance Director Lai, if you're ready to go early, and if Co-Chair Barnes is fine with it, then we can go early because it's the last one before they recess till tomorrow.
Does that sound good, Michael?
Well, I need him to get up. Okay, good.
Let's do it.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay.
And Co-Chair Barnes, go ahead.
I am co-chair Carrie Barnes of the Endorsements Committee, and I'm with Michaela Alioto-Pierre, my co-chair. We'll be running the meeting. Linear member Coles is taking the time. And in terms of format, we'll invite you, Michael, to do a 1-minute intro statement, followed by 8 minutes of Q&A, and then one more final concluding statement. So with that, you have the floor, and you can start your introductory statement.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Michael Lai, last on the day. Good to see some familiar faces. Here in District 11, I see my family story. My parents and I came to this country with $100. My mom busted tables at a Chinese restaurant, went to public schools, played sports at my local Y, And I moved to San Francisco a decade ago, and I've always been about giving back. During COVID, the last 5 years, launched a new model of childcare centers where we provided housing for teachers, raised almost $18 million in the process. And now I'm on the board of 2 Head Start centers in D11. And I think at a time when the city's facing an $800 million budget deficit, when we have so many working families in a forgotten district, what I'm hearing on the doors is people want a competent leader to come in and be able to deliver on those issues. That's what I have done, and I'm super excited to be here and field your questions.
Wonderful. To start, I have been asking members, candidates about their bold ideas that they would want to pursue legislation for on day one. I believe, Michael, you shared that you would like to rezone parts of downtown to build a hospital extension as part of your bold idea that you shared with Mission Local. So I would like to hear how, if elected on day one, you would go about implementing that.
Well, I would say even before that, I would want to look at downtown. I mean, downtown recovery is so important to San Francisco's economy. There's been proposals for university campus. There have been proposals for commercial to residential, which I support. And I think one of the things that hasn't been talked about as much is potentially a hospital extension. Over the next decade, healthcare is the largest growing job category. In District 11, we have a lot of healthcare workers. And so there's a potential opportunity. I would want to do the analysis even before being elected to see if it's even feasible on parts of downtown for whether it's hospital or biomedical campus extension, just like Phoenix did, to create an extension and create well-paying healthcare jobs for our District 11 residents.
Okay. Michaela, would you like to ask a question?
Great. Thanks, Carrie. Hi, Michael.
Hey.
Coming off of that, I would be curious. I've been asking the candidates about their neighborhood commercial districts in District 11 and how you're going to bring vitality home. So yes, downtown is a very important issue, but
yeah,
District 11 is really known for being very neighborhoody, being full of a lot of our cops and firefighters and nurses and teachers. And so looking at those bold ideas, what bold ideas would you have for your district very specifically that would help bring vitality back to D11? I mean,
yeah,
not to say that D11 doesn't have vitality. I just mean,
no,
give it a little oomph to the neighborhood commercial districts.
This is a big focus of mine. Mission, Ocean, Geneva, San Jose, even Randolph and Broad. After COVID and talking to the small business owners, foot traffic is down 30–40%. And I think compared to other parts of the city, a lot of folks don't shop in D11 unless they're from there. And so I think we need to think about this whole regional strategy of vibrancy in the Southeast neighborhoods. We need to take advantage of the fact that we have the Cow Palace. We have McLaren Park, where the municipal bond in November might be able to generate some improvements to bring foot traffic. So that's on the revenue side. In May, I helped organize an Asian food tour supporting 39 small businesses on Mission, Ocean, Geneva that brought hundreds of new customers. Then on the cost side, having actually opened and run 30 of these little micro daycares in Phoenix and San Francisco and managed people, I can really put myself in the shoes of the small business owners where their PG&E is up, their labor costs are up, their costs are going up at the same time that their revenue is going down. And so I would be proposing legislation to freeze some taxation for small businesses under a certain gross receipts level. I would be looking at going up to some of my state level endorsers like Senator Wiener, chair of the budget committee, or Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks of appropriations to be like, what bills are we putting next year around PG&E and capping costs there, which is affecting our small businesses, but also the working families of District 11. So that's the approach I would take, is sort of holistic. And also I've had some conversations with the mayor of Daly City, Justin Manalo, about how do we attract folks up from Daly City into District 11 since it borders and there's a lot of family crossover.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Member Avalos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Member Lai. Two-part question. The first part is, could you confirm that you moved into D11 just this year? Second part is, what's great about D11? What's so great about D11 is how much there's local boosterism here around our neighborhood corridors, our parks, our city services, how we're treated by the city. Many folks have long collaborative roots and experience working together in D11. As a recent arrival in D11, how are you better to represent the District 11 residents than the other candidates like E.J. Jones, who have committed their entire lives to the communities of D11 with great effect?
Thanks for that question. It's a fair question. You know, I've been in the city for 10 years, and I did move at the beginning of this year because I love this place. It has the diversity, the community that I have not seen in other parts of the city where I have been a renter, Mission or Mission Bay or other places. And when I go and knock on doors, 1, 2, 3 out of the 10 people that I talk to are also newer to the district in the last few years. And I want to make sure that they are represented as well. And when I talk to people, even folks who've been here a long time, they say that they're not looking for the person who's been here the longest. They're looking for the person who can do the most in the future for the district. And so I'm really proud to be backed by my friend Ethel, who's been here 91 years, born and raised in the Excelsior, who just wrote her first ever political donation to me, $100. Or Margarita Sandoval, her family came from Nicaragua and bought a home in the 1960s. Or Leela Russell from the Italian American Social Club, who's been here 50, 60 years. And in terms of representation, look, I have respect for EJ and others. I do think if you look at some of the views of the district, I mean, it voted for the recalls, the way it voted in the March elections. I'm actually the only candidate who's represented the district, the whole district, on some of those issues. And regardless of whether people support me or not, I'm here to listen. I'm here to work with folks. And I'm doing stuff now, like raising $30,000 for an Excelsior neon sign or raising money for street festivals. And I think there's a lot that I can bring to the table to fight for the district in the future. And John, I look forward to working with you as well on childcare, workforce housing, other areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Avalos. Member Glada.
Thank you, Chair Barnes. Hi, Member Lai. Just two kind of yes or no policy questions for you. Thank you for speaking about PG&E electric rates. As we all know, this is impacting not just repairs in San Francisco, but throughout California. Do you support the city's efforts to acquire PG&E's local electric assets and expand public power to serve all of our cities? So that's question one. And then question two, also zooming out to the state level, are you supporting the November ballot measure Justice for Renters Act that would repeal Costa-Hawkins and help expand rent control in California and here in San Francisco?
You know, on both, I actually haven't. I'm the kind of person who wants to dig through the details, the policy details, and dig through the budget trade-offs of everything. So I haven't done that for either of those two things. So I would want to, if you want to send it to me, I'm happy to read through it, sort of give you my take on those issues. On the first one, directionally, it sounds right. I'd want to make sure it's efficient and, feasible.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Chung.
Thank you. I still have my small person here on cue. Member Lai, I wanted to ask you, I did see you at the Ingleside Public Safety meeting with Captain Hurwitz last week. And I wanted to ask you about public safety, since a couple of other candidates have raised it, about that being, and in fact, a lot of candidates have raised it today, about that being number one in terms of things on the minds of voters. And what is your public safety plan for District 11?
Yeah, so I think public safety for District 11 is a few different pieces. The first thing that I hear over and over on the doors is slow response times and stuff to things like property theft, catalytic converters, or whether it's robberies. And the second thing I hear a lot is pedestrian safety. There's a lot of children, there's a lot of elders, big car culture here. The third thing I hear is stuff around blight and the feeling of safety. Like, we have a few more homeless folks down here, not as much as I used to do volunteering work in the Tenderloin, and not as much as there. So for those three different things, first, as Captain Hurwitz said at Ingleside, 15 years ago, her officer workforce was 120 and it's now 63. And so I would work on fully staffing the police department and making sure that they are efficient and they are accountable. The second thing for pedestrian safety is we need to be working to increase enforcement of some, traffic enforcement has gone down, 99%. I've heard from a lot of families in the district where they're like, there's just cars Hollywooding down certain streets. That doesn't make me feel safe. enforcement at the same time that we are building out protected bike lanes. We are building out bulb outs. We are implementing speed cushions and stuff, such as on San Jose, Alamany, some of these on-ramps onto 280. And the third thing around blight and homelessness. Blight, I've talked a little bit already to Michaela's question. I'd say for homelessness, I'm very supportive of expanding treatment options for those who have addictions. I'm very supportive of expanding mental health beds. We have 66 at SF General right now, and I've been endorsed by Supervisor Raphael Mandelman, and we've talked a little bit about partnering on that work, and ultimately making sure that folks get the help that they need and the care that they need, and they don't just stay on the streets.
Thank you. I think given the time, Linear, it's the 1 minute conclusion. All right. So with that, Michael, could you please help us bring this day home? Thank you.
Yeah. Look, I didn't think I would run for office. The last 5 years I mentioned I worked on two of the biggest issues in District 11, childcare, workforce housing. Last year, the Head Start Center I used to teach at in the Tenderloin shut down because the parents in the Tenderloin no longer wanted to send their kids there because of the street conditions, the needles, the homelessness. And I thought to myself that we need outside entrepreneurial leadership to help solve some of these issues. So I'm really excited to do everything in my power, whether it's taking connections. Last Monday, we did an event with Andrew Yang, who ran for president in 2020, connections at the national level, the state level, the local levels for some of the supervisors to fight for this district. Whether it's taking my ability to creatively problem solve at a time when we have an $800 million budget deficit, having worked on this joint childcare workforce housing solution, to fight for public safety, to fight for increasing affordability for housing and for childcare, to fight for just working families in general and making the government deliver outcomes again. I'm going to do everything I possibly can, and I'm hoping to have your #1 sole endorsement. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, so I just wanted to make a couple of remarks. I think Michael is done. I don't know, Bobak, if you'd like to move his status from panelist to participant. But thank you to the candidates who joined us today. Sorry, did you raise your hand? Oh, thank you for the candidates who joined us today. Thank you for the DCCC members who also joined us and asked really insightful questions. We are taking a recess, otherwise known as a break, until tomorrow when we are going to be interviewing the mayoral candidates starting at 9 a.m. Same time, same place, Zoom. There's a different link, so be sure that you've signed up for the correct one for Sunday. We will conclude our journey tomorrow at about 11:55 a.m. Please feel free to read the questionnaires in advance and pull any questions from those if you choose to ask them tomorrow as well. Thank you to Michaela, my co-chair of the Endorsements Committee. Thank you to our timers today, Lanier and Cedric. And with that, I think we are concluded.
Thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you, John.
All right, I just want to repeat one last time. I shared it in the chat and I shared it with all attendees and panelists. We split the Zooms in half. So there's a second link, a different link for tomorrow's interviews at 9 a.m. I emailed it to all members. I noticed it out to everybody on our mailing list. And I put it in the chat just now for anybody who's still here. If you have any questions, shoot me an email, boback@sfdems, or email info@sfdems. I monitor that one as well. And if you have any feedback or other thoughts, shoot it to info@sfdems, and I'll make sure that co-chairs Alioto Pierre and Barnes see it. Thank you. You all have a wonderful evening. We're recessed until tomorrow.
Thank you so much.